Right, not here to talk about that though. I'm here to get back with the Kingdom of Moray. This is Bagpipes in Bordeaux. And as it happens, we're finally in Bordeaux. Some people are calling it things like kilts in Kent. But no, we have made it. We're not going to hold on to this land for ourselves, though. We're going to spit out a subject and have them do the cultural enrichment. We have guided our country over to humanist ways, which does improve pop assimilation. And that is extremely important because without those boosts, the AI subjects just seem to never want to culturally enrich their lands. Although, all the ones that I've put out since, a couple of them were flagging, but now they've all come around, and they have done total English extermination. Now, across the area, we just have a few petting zoos, 32% over in Buckingham. Oh, sorry, Buchanham. And what about over in Colchester? Yeah, a few of them around there. Londane, even. Yeah, our little petting zoo of English are there. My goodness, that's a decent population that we have. So the extermination is going well. The English have ran to their last little respite, which is to say central and southern Wales. Will be coming for them in due time. The Irish remain, and I don't like the Irish, but we're working on that. We're currently annexing the Pale. Getting rid of the Pale should, hopefully, get rid of this accursed laudabilitaire, which is completely destroying the ability to culturally enrich the Irish. I don't know if that's the case, or if it will appoint a new High Lordship of Ireland. Chances are I might need to annex every single Irish individual here to truly get rid of Irish cultural nail houses, but we will. Earlier I said that I would be releasing every single province of Ireland as a little subject. I'm no longer quite convinced that's going to be the case, especially with 1.10 coming in and changing some proximity things. We will see what is best, but I think first I will take over the land entirely. I've been nibbling provinces off the Pale, but with the new patch, I'm going to be seizing land off my subjects far less often, because it no longer gives you a core or integrated status. It counts it as conquered, meaning that it's generally not going to be a good thing to do to your subject, which means the Welsh have done good holding out not integrating Longtown, because it was my intention to take both of them and then release them out as another subject. So I guess I will finally get around to integrating Hereford. Wait, it is integrated? Wow. Sometimes I surprise myself. Anyway, last time we were at it, we came and we kicked France's arse solidly. That was down to a couple of things. One, I brought a big, fully professional, well-formulated army. And it took all comers. We were able to beat 2-1, 3-1, the occasional 4-1. And for that, we were richly rewarded. We tore away a lot of the French coastline, and that's been the focus. French coastline so they can never challenge me on the seas, and of course, snipping off Ile-de-France. Because by clawing around a large enemy's capital, you can significantly crush their control. Now all the control, or rather proximity from capital, has to flow out through the opening in the claw, and I could make this claw much more malicious by squeezing him so that control can only come through a single province, but this is sufficient. So now much of France is completely out with their control, whereas glorious Moray maintains an iron grip on our own lands. We don't talk about Western Scotland. It's the reason I'm not going to be integrating the Isles anytime soon. I integrated them to spit them out so that they could actually integrate the lands into Highlander, which they have. Oh, I'm so happy to see that, because the Isles were not doing the integrations. Damn, that is clever, says Ali the Toaster. I wonder how Paradox will nerf that. Well, the AI could consider, can I have a better capital province? But it's a lot to consider, isn't it? It's already made a little bit prohibitive by higher control impacting the cost of taking lands in a peace deal. Remember, I was able to force pretty much 100% on France, and my rich reward was, in quotations, only taking this land and then this little claw around Ile-de-France. Whereas I probably could have taken a much more along the coastline, but crippling France was #1 priority. Currently the game thinks we're perfectly balanced. I disagree. France's army is absolutely pathetic and still stuck in Linz. I don't know if that's... Oh no, some of it's spat in France, but the 18th Army, which is the bulk of their army, is still stuck over here. That's right, my geography is so good I know exactly where Linz is. I think this is an AI problem. The AI really, really fails to figure out how to get its army back into its homeland. I would have no problem with the AI just getting a cheat where they can black flag their armies. That is to say, exile them. I have some exiled units right now. And then return home with them. Because this is kind of crippling. I don't even know if France will get that army back in time for the next war. And that army is at 0. They could just completely dismiss the army. Anyway, they are stuck. I am not. What am I to do but take advantage of this situation? Well, what I will do is get my lads, maybe not back home actually, maybe get them over to Montreal. Maybe not that way though, the black flag won't work for you. Get your arses over like so. We're going to be gearing up for the next war with France, and we're going to keep on killing them. As soon as the truce timer is up, we attack France again, because I don't want them forming any kind of coalition. You see, Aragon isn't very happy with me. Some of the Western members of the HRE not particularly happy with me. We can look at potential coalition here. France, Hansa, Peruzzi, Wales, as if. That said, it's nowhere near as bad as when I took land off of France at the very, very start during my independence wars. Anyway, Castile is my ally, and all they've done is explode. About 3 months before getting ready to fight France, Castile just exploded in a noble civil war. And they've exploded again. They keep calling me in, I keep doing nothing, and they keep sorting things out, so I guess it's not too big of a deal. Anyway, there's a bunch of things to sort out in my poor country before we get back to anything in particular. First and foremost, I want to grab my beloved navy. Is that really all my navy? I thought you meant to alt drag, or maybe it's control drag. Or maybe it's no kind of dragging. Come on now. Hey, there we go. There's my beloved navy. Get all of my navy back to Colchester for now. The army knows where it's meant to be going. We already got rid of our prisoners. And there's the question of my levies. Why am I still able to raise all levies? That's because we're in war with Castile, aren't we? So maybe I can just select all of my land units and then say disband all levies. Oomph. Okay, I'm very scared of that button because if I accidentally got rid of all my regulars, that'd be a very expensive mistake to make. So let's not make it. Angevin is asking in chat, typing away when they could just point their head up. Yes, we are on the 1 point... Oh, hold on. I'm the one making a mistake. It's actually 1.0.10. Not 1.10. And my attempts to update it aren't actually going through for some reason. Oh well, that's on Twitch's end. Resty is mocking that I took this from Young. Where do you think Young got it from? Oh no, I get it. It's like the like Young's magnificent strategy of stealing tech off of the Pope. Okay, so for some reason my Twitch dashboard is just completely broken. We'll live without it, I'm sure. Alright, anything else to worry about? What about the 2001 different alerts you get? Ignore. I can take money off of Castile. A funny idea, but no thank you. Ignore. This is a nice reminder that my diplomats are more or less capped. I'll keep it. This I should keep in mind. Devastated location. I mean, what do you want me to do about this? Devastated locations. They will get undevastated in time. I don't care that I'm missing employees. That's the whole point. Unprofitable buildings. I also don't care. Rebels, fine. Pops with needs. I don't care. Hostile pirates. I don't care. It gives you a lot of things you don't care about. There was a really good way of managing this in EU4 where you could shift-click dismiss them. And they'd be here on the outliner so you could re-enable the ones that are relevant to you. But currently they all pop up constantly. Like, I don't care about non-integrated provinces. I know, right? It will be dealt with. It's hardly requiring a red notification here, right? Starvation, great. Disease, great. Coalition, great. Except this doesn't work, does it? Not present, not present, not present, not present, not present, not present. So you're telling me I have disease when I have no disease. Alright, great. Well, just go away. Even if there is disease, what can you even do about it? Yeah, devastated. Well, can't help it, they're French. Right, so what we do need to figure out is what do we do with this land. I believe my conclusion at the end of last stream was I was going to spit it out as subjects, but allow me to present a different conclusion. For one, I'm going to take one of these guys, The Earldom of Ebrosian. I do not know those people, but sure. I am going to... Where in the world is my option to give them land? Oh, snap, I'm in a war. Right, so they made it you cannot release subjects or sell land or other such nefarious things whilst you're at war. Which is a sensible change, but currently I'm stuck in a war that I'm obligated to be in and can't get out anytime soon. That is a shame, but it also plays into my next dastardly plan. I will not be releasing all of this land. I might release some of it, and the reason is the proximity to London, even though it looks horrible, it's just not been updated for the turn of the month, it's actually terrific. 60% getting over here. I mean, that's probably better than going up to hell. Hull. You know, what is Hull right now? Hull is 68%, but Calais is 75%. So really, I'm going to hold on to this land directly. That close control means that I'll be able to culturally enrich it really rather easily. And actually, if I hold on to Normandy, and I become the cultural hegemon, I can actually do a Normandy-wide conversion. It's probably a poor example since I've already given out some of that land, but it's something to consider. Anyway, I will get my cabinet. I'll find my best military members of the cabinet, who are currently assimilating. Let's see, Westmoreland and Durham. It's actually good to pull that away because that's part of a good area for larger cultural assimilation. Also, my best diplomat's doing stuff that he shouldn't be doing right now. Point is, it's time to get integrating. Integrate you. And integrate you. Probably going to take about 10 years or so. But that is still faster than gobbing out a subject and reintegrating them, so I'm okay with that. And then there's you. I don't need to improve my diplomatic reputation anymore, but I do want to keep the assimilation going. That said, there's not a whole lot left needed to be assimilated. We've reduced the English down to petting zoo levels in many, many places now. I think I'll want to save Scotland for later because most of the Scots are in the lowlands, and that is a huge region that I could just do integration of. It's 37 locations compared to, say, West Country being, okay, 28. That's not a great example. Okay, that's an even worse example. Different regions are very imbalanced at numbers of locations. Like Levant is 81, Norland is 91, whereas the Norwich here, wow, 69. And then what about the glorious Highlands? 23. How about the Northern Isles? 3. Anyway, that doesn't change the question. What do I do with these guys? I could actually be really, really cheeky and begin the assimilation already. How cheeky is that? I think it's very cheeky, so we're going to do it. I mean, that's the whole basis of the campaign. Why not get started? How fast do you think it'll be? Whoa! Delightfully devilish. Lack of control, you say? We'll get that control. Oh, nice, man. And why is it so fast? Because Highland culture is superior to Jean-Luc Picard. Any non-cores left in England? There is one over here in Hereford. I don't care about that right now. I'll wait until I actually own the whole place. Otherwise, it's core galore on the main isle. There's one little province up here that's full of Norns, but again, that's hardly a priority right now. 6,000 Norns at... I don't even know the name of place here. I was going to say Tong, but I think Tong is right here. Isn't it John O'Groats up there? Yeah, I took the ferry up to Orkney some 15 or 20 years ago. Right, yeah, I need to go about some subjects, but that'll be done in due time. There is the idea to embrace pike and shot. Where are we at tech right now, anyway? I want my cabinet seats, and there's probably a bunch of other research that I want to do. Oh, God, I'm on the old UI for this. Or rather, the vanilla UI. Look how massively spaced out it is. This is horrible. I need to update and integrate the nice UI mod. Just cannot get an overview here because it's so spread apart. I forgot how bad it was. Anyway, it is unbelievably terrible, but we have to move on regardless. We grab ourselves the early administrative capacity. I want those paved roads. The roads have been approved in this update. Good for market access, good for proximity. And other sources of changing proximity have been significantly reduced, so all the more reason to get on that. Outside of that, I really want to start printing money. Yes, printing money sounds good. So let's get the printer shop, let's get the book output, the cabinet law, and the lumber output. Shouldn't need a weapon workshop, although making weapons is good. And this means I don't need to embrace pike and shot anytime soon. At the same time, I'm probably going to really want these, especially the pike square, when it comes to fighting France again. But you know, I simply can't afford 1,000 ducats. Where am I meant to find 1,000 ducats? I always wondered if that's 40 people a month or 0.4 you are assimilating. The number here is the amount of people that will go from Francienne to, from these inferior cultures up to my superior Highland culture. Or at least so I hope. I don't watch it all that much, do I? Things are working on the stream right. I swear, my dashboard is completely gone. Just nothing but blankness. So it leaves me a little bit concerned about it. Well, more than a little bit. It's actually breaking even worse now. Alright, I'll have to live without it. The stream is fine? Okay, good to know. Let's unpause and get back to it then. I always spend way too long on my preamble. I need to get my ships back in order, because I would really rather like to get back to my protection of the seas. Oh, how cute. France did get a boat. Is that a mercenary? Yeah, they got a mercenary transport. Always seems like all there is to show are mercenaries. Transports and mercenaries. Lights, heavies, and transports. Well, in that case, bring out the light ships, please. And combine those with the ones that are doing the patrolling. And that is a Crown member. Excellent. I want the majority of my fleet led by the Crown, of course. I have these heavy ships on... not scootage, but something else. Mothballing. And I saw that sneaky little ship getting in there. Early Caracs galore. Alright, leave the Caracs. In fact, probably just leave them all together down here. Yeah, there we go. Get all of you together. This is nothing but cogs and heavies, right? Yeah, okay. Get that all on mothball, please, because heavies are expensive and I don't want to pay for them during peacetime. Peace for me, maybe not for Castile. For once the stream is stable, yeah. When a lot of my family is using Wi-Fi heavily. Oh, the irony. I've been having some disastrous issues with my connection over the past couple of days, so hopefully it's better today. Alright, so even though I dismissed these things, they come back because there are new unprofitable buildings and new missing employees. Truly, I don't care, and I wish there was better control over this stuff. We had it sorted in EU4. Why is it not sorted here? Heaven help me. Apparently 14 years for integration. I don't believe that. I think it'll take more like 11 or 12. I think this assumes that the rate on the cities will continue to be slow, but they'll speed up when the non-cities or non-towns get integrated. Yeah, this province will be given away. I'm unsure about these two. It all depends on proximity, right? And we'll know that at the turn of the month. There have been some changes to proximity in this new update. Some things worth noting is that I will lose effective control in some places. Maximum control of 43. Wait, that isn't going down at all. What about you? 37 to 37. I could have sworn I checked some of these numbers and went, oh, it's going down. But maybe the game just knew that I was going to say that and it wants to make a fool out of me instead of making a brilliant out of me. That's okay. I can live with it. I can live with lots of things. Also, don't particularly want to pay army maintenance during peacetime. Let's try and save up some dosh. I try to keep my diplo spending low, even though I'm constantly hemorrhaging diplomats and constantly wanting more of them. Still tempting me with the ability to take money off them, but for now that's okay. I need to consider what I want to do once the Pale is integrated. That's still about 20 years away. Once they're done, I certainly want Connaught inside me, but I've done a great job making Connaught love me. I think Wales is actually a target for me. Given that I've now vastly improved my controls of the seas, the Welsh lands are not quite so intimidating anymore to become part of me. And of course, they've got those wonderful Welsh mines, so I think we're going to do the long and arduous process of making the Welsh like us. You know, I love all this granular improvements that you have across the game now. So good. Feels like Vicky, but with some actual payoff. Did the patch improve market accessibility? It did. It absolutely did. Roads now provide better market access, especially the better kinds of roads, and buildings improve it as well. The rural marketplaces and the town marketplaces both give half a percentage of market access. That might not sound like a lot, but you can build a lot of those buildings. I'm trying to think of somewhere that I actually have them, and nothing's coming to mind. And Edinburgh is the capital. How about Aberdeen? Well, maybe if I had a marketplace. That's right, I was skimping on my marketplaces for a long time because of the issue with trade actually making you less money than more money. Ach well, fit Kinnamundi. But yes, it does improve. I should actually show that, shouldn't I? If I went here and I built a market village, market access would improve, and heaven help me, that is good. However, it didn't fix my biggest issue with market access. This is how the people of Bordeaux go to trade in London. They walk over to Bidefort, they jump into the water, and then they swim right over to Bristol, and then they walk, and walk, instead of just sailing around, which would be much better for speed, capacity, everything. And the issue, I believe, stems from this. That maritime presence does not affect market access. I really think that it should, but it's been 10 updates now and Paradox disagrees, so I can imagine what they want to do is avoid a situation where the Edinburgh market eats into Oslo. You know, maybe they had that in a certain version and went, ooh, that looks bad, we'd rather have it like this. And fair play to them, although I still disagree. It's almost as bad as the route our parents took to go to school. Gets up hills both ways to London, you know, in the perishing cold. Right, oh god, the hegemony spam is here. There's no cooldown on hegemony changing, so this can change every month. And you only need to leapfrog by 10%, so that's a concern. I am not a hegemon because I'm not a great power. In fact, I lost a lot of great power ranking. I wonder if something changed here. We currently need more than 482 great power score to achieve great power status. Currently I'm 366. In a way, that's fine. I would like to be the cultural hegemon. I would need to have cultural influence greater than 646. My current cultural influence is not 646. Ooh. Less than I thought. And it's all the more reason to spit out lots of Irish, but we'll get there. I haven't been building cultural buildings like theatres and that, because I never bothered to research them. Perhaps someday I will. But not today. Whoa, what happened to building maintenance? That went through the roof. Armories, coastal forts, libraries. Well, the income looks fine. Let's not worry about it. We'll give it some time to settle, shall we? Country action is off cooldown. Improved cultural relation can be used again. What? So I could improve my cultural relation with the Normans and the Picardis. I think that it's showing me that because those are my subjects of that culture, but I don't think I care, do I? No, because I'm going to be doing cultural erasure. So I don't particularly care. We can get rid of that. And yeah, it tells me I can ask for money, but nobody would give me money, so one wonders why it shows up. Probably because Castile would. They're my only allies, so the only people I've built up favors with. But if I were to ask Castile for money... Oh, actually, they would give me dosh. I think I'll wait for a little bit until they've actually dealt with their little problems. Then they might have more to give me. Does the cultural opinion increase the assimilation rates? I don't think so, because assimilation is based on cultural strength. My influence beats their tradition, overwhelmingly so that's fine. Improving our relations would improve satisfaction of these people. And I suppose indirectly that would improve it, because it would improve effective control. Average satisfaction being low is actually hurting that. Question is, do I want to do that? I mean, come on, tolerance for people I'm trying to erase? It doesn't sound right, does it? That said, look at this. It has no downside. 10 liberty desire? What do I really care about that? Not a whole lot. Well, let's give it a go, right? My question is, can I only do it... Yeah, there we go. It's severely limited. Holy smoke, it's severely limited. Every 50 years. Okay, so not to be done lightly, and more for cultures you plan to tolerate a bit better. Maybe I should have done with the Irish, but I think the Irish are already kindred. Oh yeah, there we go. The Irish are going to be... They are going to love me as I erase them. Like paper bombs erased trust in the postal service. Not to worry then. And hey, now we can actually check that beautiful proximity that we have to northern France. It means that the Low Countries are even more of a delectable target. I am so tempted to tear this apart, even though it means more war with Bohemia. Yeah, maybe Bohemia can lose HRE status and I just have to worry about Luxembourg or similar. But yeah, part of my ambition will be to secure this land. I'd like to take it. I'd like to tear down the Bruges market and expand London. Normally I like to keep lots of smaller markets, but London will have a great reach over this land because of how close it is. What's the plan now with Ireland? We can't just nibble on them and get integration. The Pale will be ours in 1480. And then Connaught will be far, far faster to integrate. And then I will own pretty much all of the island. I'll snip off what's left. And then we'll see. I might have to do culturally enrich it manually, but it's okay. It's just 1, 2, 3, 4 areas. And hopefully by the time I have it, I can be the cultural hegemon and make that work out better for me. So we're waiting for this war involving the Castilians to end. We'll tighten up our grasp on France. And then all will surely be well. I also want to make sure that I have crown members in charge. One of the biggest issues facing our country right now is a severe lack of crown members. Wow, I only have 2. Well, that is sadder than sad, man. I think you're on the cabinet, right? Admiral and... What are you even doing? Are you also an admiral? You are. I'm going to remove you from here and put you in charge of the army. I think that'll be better for the crown power. Yeah, because of my... Wait, why won't you be in charge of this? There we go. One of the issues about just having nothing but female heirs is it killed off the dynasty mostly. And now we just really don't have access to crown members. Our new dynasty is also tiny and full of children and women. So yeah, it's a bit of a disaster for the crown right now. Crown power is going to suffer enormously. It's at 40% now. Yeah, maybe you can squeeze it up to 43 or so, but overall it's going to be going down a whole lot. A small Dutch appetizer for the final French course. I don't have a casus belli over here, and I'm not particularly keen on no CBing around here. Alright, more dying people, that's fine. I actually took a moment to reflect on all the people, the actual people, the characters, and the game is so bad for matchmaking, because you have to do it for just about everybody. Alright, Eric here. Oh, look at that, unmarried. How about Fionn there? Oh, unmarried, no children. How about you, Viscount Hugh? Well, you are actually our heir, so I clicked on the wrong person there. How about Leod? Married, no children. Oh, wait. That's my husband. How do I keep doing this? Louise here, made it to 45, never marrying, never having children. Maul, you've made it to 29, unmarried, no children. So if you actually want to manage your characters within your realm so that you actually have talent to pull from, you have to matchmake for everyone. It's unbelievable, and it's not automatable. I really need to hurry up and check out that mod that... there is a mod that automatically marries these people, but it is ridiculous that the system was added with, well, as it is right now. What are your plans for France? Taking away its coast is crippling enough, and you can have France as a subject. France will be divided up between me and subjects. Generally, I will take land that I can exert control over. So that's going to be the coastline. I think that's probably going to be all of it. Whoa, man, look at this. I even have control down here. Or proximity, at least. We can zoom right in and see that. Well, we should be able to see that. Yeah, there we go. Good heavens, my control here is good. How is my control... How is my... I'm at a loss as to how my presence is so high here. I mean, it instantly became high here. That seems weird. I wasn't patrolling this. Oh, I had all my boats here during the war, of course. That's amazing. Anyway, yeah, I might even hold on to this land if it's going to be that good for me. The problem is I have to wait on integrations here, and it will slow down assimilation as well. Now I'll probably pop them out. But yes, what'll happen is I will own this coastline, and then as technology improves, I'll be able to exert my control more and more towards the core, and then I will eat away more of my subjects to have more of it directly. Direct control from Londane. All the more reason not to keep my capital up in Scotland. It's just such an awful location for a capital. I'd honestly just keep the lot as large and prosperous subjects. The coast of France tend to be the richest lands, like Normandy, Aquitaine, Brittany. I'd probably just keep the lot as large and prosperous subjects. I don't know what you mean there. If I have too many large subjects and prosperous subjects, this value right here gets out of control. Relative strength to Overlord. I've been playing a Cyprus game where I have something like 30, 40, 50 subjects. Generally in all of the places where I would have less than 50 control. And my god, you know, especially when they have their own money and they can build their own armories and their own armies, it gets quite horrific, their relative strength. I think in my Cyprus game it's about plus 60 for my subjects. Is maritime presence OP? It's extremely vital for any naval country. Sadly, I can't get maritime presence over here. I wonder if I could add that province manually. I don't think you can, but it is blocking some control over here. I should check and make sure that my fleet... Hang on, this fleet looks smaller than I remember it being. It is smaller than I remember it being, so we're going to add some more barks to it. I'd like to double click on each of these, but if you try and double click, it only puts through one of the inputs. Anyway, the navy is the key for me, so I have no problem building up a very sizable force here. Light ships don't cost that much. Heavy ships cost an arm and a leg. Well, I say these don't cost that much. What's happening to my... What's happening to my my gold here? Seems to have gone down, down, down. Yeah, I lost quite a few ships because of little heavy fleets pouncing out and destroying them. One heavy fleet can really annihilate a lot of lights. Yeah, these costs aren't nothing, but I gotta say, I'm making bank right now, more than I expected. You never know what's changed with the numbers between them, though, right? Wayward weather, I thought I got rid of that alert for good. But no, the cyclones that smashed through Scotland, didn't realize I actually lived in Florida. It looks so bad. I mean, I've been very close to modding these out. Very, very close. I mean, what is that? Alright, huzzah. Magnus has come of age. That's actually quite useful because I need another individual here. Come on, Magnus. Wait, what? Well, Magnus is at least a crown guy. Why did he... Oh, he's got an H in his name. Anyway, there we go. I need to consolidate as much crown power as possible. Very, very tempted to revoke a privilege of the burghers. Their control is getting a little out of control. There was a sizable one I had my eye on, and it's this, the urban development grants. I love innovative, and I love that development, but I don't 50% burger power love it. We're going to wait for the turn of the month when my crown power will be at its highest, and then we're going to pull the plug on that. Find him a spouse? Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll stay on top of that game. Wait, who was that Magnus fellow? And why was he crown? He was part of this dynasty, wasn't he? Yeah, this dying out dynasty. Right, easiest way to find him is just to keep going back, back, back until he's there. Yeah, you there, Magnus. You're crowned for now, but you won't be crowned when our dynasty changes. And I can't actually arrange a royal marriage because he's not closely enough related to us. Okay. Yeah, my dynasty's going down the toilet here. A failed execution of adding more flavor to the game. I'm just not a fan of the whole dynasty stuff here at all. As I've said before, I'm not here to play... what's the name of the game again? Crusader Kings. Not at all. And yet here we are having to play Crusader Kings. Do I want Cherbourg here? I've got Jersey. Jersey as a fort no longer makes any sense, making it a bit of a waste of money. But if I plan on holding on to these, I should probably keep the forts so that the French don't counter-siege me so easily. That said, though, Jersey no longer has any need for this fort, so fare thee well. Just firing loads and loads of soldiers. I'm sure that won't cause a problem on Jersey. Oh. Yeah, we're squeezing as much crown power out as we can. The more crown power you have, the easier it is to revoke other people's privileges. And there we go, that's as good as it's going to get. That said, there's always the idea of giving the clans even more power. I love my clans. Decentralizing and tribes in cabinet, that's kind of funny in its own way. You know, what the hell? Give it to them. I'm not scared. And then burghers, your privileges have been revoked. Again, this is pretty nice, but I am urbanizing quite heavily, and I need the burghers to stay under thumb. Because the more power they have, the less I make on trade, so get out of here. They won't be happy, but they're relatively happy right now. It's a stability cost that burns, but what's the point in having money if I can't invest it in having a great country? So there we go, we'll get them sorted. It seems really annoying that some buildings are just actively bad for you. I don't mind that the estate buildings are bad for you. It's cool that you have this tug of war with the estates. You know, keep them happy, they build nice things. Make them unhappy, they build notably not nice things. For God's sake, I don't care about wayward weather. Yeah, because of the updates, some of the modifications I've made have been overwritten, and I need to get around to fixing them. But that's part of the reason I'm playing now. I need to figure out what needs to be refixed. Oh, the war is over. Oh, good job, Castile. I would love to ask you for money, but apparently you don't have money. Okay, well, never mind that. What I do want to do, however, is bring out some subjects. La Rochelle and Bordeaux. Yeah, I think I will do that. Custom subject. No point in making non-custom ones unless they have got just enough cores. So if I wanted to check out what historical subjects we have access to. Nothing looking particularly good. Normandy is tempting. Oh, there's actually one that's very, very good to do, and that's Brittany. Yeah, let's get Brittany out on the double. So Brittany have cores on this land. I will not return it to them, but they will be a backup for Casus Belli. If for some reason my little Kent friend does not get the Casus Belli I want them to get on France, Brittany should have them on France. This is just a way of making sure, because it's very important that I declare war on France as soon as the truce is up. And having two different subjects making me Casus Belli has got to be better for it. So yes, Brittany is coming on out. They'll be a vassal. I'm going to make vassals now. Fiefdoms have been great, but no longer do fiefdoms boost your ruler's stats through Parliament. They're still pretty good for this alone, the +10 loyalty to Overlord, but that gets balanced out by the fact that lots of them will count their combined fiefdom powers against you. Vassals, on the other hand, they're fine. Anyway, the vassal of Brittany is here. They will not be getting their cores back, but this will be used as Casus Belli to use against France in the future. The reason I don't feed them their land back is because smaller subjects are much, much easier to consume. And look at the speed that I'm taking over the Pale. It's 2 per month. If I were to eat, say, Worcestershire here, Warwickshire here, it would be something like 8 per month because they're so much smaller. The downside to having many small subjects, of course, is that there's a lot of people you have to improve opinions with. And the best way to get diplomats is generally spend money, which is not what I'm up for right now. Otherwise, we can give back the rest of the lands here. You there, for example, I will cede the entire province of Ebrusien. That's my best attempt at pronouncing that. It's your main home here. Yeah, it's the entire area for you. Now we have to ask, do we want to give up this land or not? Well, we'll consider that after we take care of this. Create another custom subject. There is a question about Aquitaine. Is it Aquitaine or Aquitaine? I don't know. Je ne parle pas français. Aquitaine have some other cores? They have a bunch of the cores already. I could let Aquitaine exist and then give them back more. And that's also another potential individual to get Casus Belli on France. Do I dare? I'll double check Aquitaine against the area. Yeah, I think we can let Aquitaine go. There's a question about Gascony. Gascony don't get the cores on here that I want. They would be better for this. And in fact, if I took... Let me check that. If I take this province, then Gascony being released would be good. It's just that I don't want to release a subject that gets land, not necessarily cores, on multiple provinces. I just want to gob them out. Province, 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 province. One each, because it really helps with them maintaining control, maintaining better control for a better economy, and best of all, more concise cultural enrichment. So yes, we will let out Aquitaine here. Again, let them out as a vassal. I want to make sure that Aquitaine have the entire province. So. Seed province, you take the rest of Bordeaux. Huzzah. I'm not done with what I'm going to be doing to these subjects, but all in due time. And another subject over here. This one's a custom one. Custom vassalage. And then I can choose who gets the land. Okay. Wait, I thought I could choose. I thought it like brought you to a screen to choose who'll be taking care of it. But wait, it's me? Are we sure it's going to be a vassal if I'm in charge? Doesn't that force it into being a fiefdom? We had that issue with the Golden Horde. Remember when we tried to release a colonial subject? And for some reason it made it into a fiefdom? Someone already talked about this as a bug in 1.10. Oh well, we're trailblazing here, not to worry about it. So anyway, that gives me 3 different subjects that'll give me Casus Belli on France, so it shouldn't be a problem ripping them apart. And the Casus Belli is so important, because all the other Casus that I have access to. Religious War, ooh, look at that, increases cost. No CB, increases cost a lot. Dubious Claims, increases cost. But my vassals are going to feel righteous in their cause, and we compress their CBs. So yeah, in my opinion, CBs are so rare and so vitally important for good expansion that I think it's well worth the cost in land to make a subject to make the CBs for us, which is why we still don't have the White Cliffs of Dover. I will probably take it back in the next war, though, because what I'm giving up here is incredibly good land for me. This land would have like 80 or so % control, and it's a town and another town. And the population, ooh, I want that. But no more integrations until Pale is done, I think. Yeah, because most of the other integrations are not going to be very good for me. There's probably a decent argument for Nottinghamshire. It's nice and close to Grimsby, and Grimsby is all right for naval access, but yeah, no need for it right now. So right now, we focus inwards a bit. I wonder if I should do the institution right now. Now, I want to be a bit more stable. I don't want my estates hating me. Especially not the burghers. I don't want those burghers building nasty burgher buildings. Which, fortunately, they're not doing currently. Alright, I'm still capped on diplomats. These individuals that I spat out, it's really rather important that they are in scutage. I don't actually want them fighting in the wars. Scutage is even more important than... well, actually, I was going to say scutage then. I want them out of the wars, and I want them paying me more money. Perfect little yin-yang there. So, that's all of them, though. The rest of this is fine. Because, yeah, if they were in the war, they would cost me war score, and they'd be targets for France to attack. As it stands, you know, I can move freely through them. France cannot, which is totally an exploit. They should make it so that subjects in a war give military access to everyone involved. Ooh. So that event opens my eyes to something, and that is the possibility of ever becoming an empire. That's going to have to wait until I can break away from the Pope. How long until the Reformation is going to kick in? Can't be that long until the Age of Reformation. But because I do so much cultural genocide, we're not even that far away from having the 5 million that we need for being an empire. It's tempting, very tempting. The other integrations, they pale in comparison. Wales integration is actually a really, really tempting one. But I'm going to wait until Pale is done. I wanted to keep around Wales for a relatively long time, but now there's no good reason. You know what? I think actually that maritime presence in this location is quite important. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to split off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of you, and just park you there. I imagine... Oh, what tolerance of heathens? Unthinkable. I imagine that you'll be fine there. You shouldn't sink or anything. And you will passively give me maritime presence here. At least I hope you do. It'd be very funny if you didn't. Because I like to think that if I improve maritime presence here, and of course these provinces, I might be able to make significant gains on proximity on the west coast of Scotland and Northumbria. Because currently this is a bit of a dead zone in terms of control. And I love this part of the game, right? This is why EU5 is so bloody good, right? The war might feel a bit like pulling teeth at times, but the peacetime gameplay is great here, and it practically didn't exist in EU4. I mean, really, spend 50 dip points to turn these Irish people into English people. Hardly the most engaging thing, but what we do here with the oppression just feels a lot more visceral, and I'm all about it. Extra cabinet member from the Empire rank is so juicy. Yeah, you can get quite a lot of cabinet members down the line. Whoa. When did all my cabinet members just kick the bucket? It's a little unfortunate because I'm not really going to have access to crown cabinet members for some time. So really, I just want the people with the best abilities. I have a lot of integration to do, but you're quite old. Let's get Fion over here. They're good at a couple of things. I have to pay so much money for cabinet members. There's some real out-of-control cost scaling in this game. It's kind of like CK3, where eventually just taking care of your pet cat costs as much as several fiefdoms. Looking for somebody young and capable. And when I can't have both, which I'm having trouble getting here, having significant trouble getting here. You guys are all pretty bad, huh? So right now, military is the main concern because I have a lot of integration to do. Sir Henry of Dorset, I suppose you've got the skills to pay my proverbial bills. Oh, crumbs, you're the assimilator. Wrong way around then. You do something else entirely. You do the integration. It's kind of a shame you can't just make a cabinet member do nothing. Alright, integrating, and now you need to assimilate, because that's what you're best at. Highland culture over in Poitou. And there we go. I gotta say, they're making remarkable progress very, very quickly. The people of Poitou yearn for the clan tartans. Did you add the French coast to the patrol zone of the Light Navy? I like to imagine they will automatically figure that out, but they probably won't, will they? Let's make sure that they do it properly then. I want you to do the North Sea, the English Sea, the Hebridean Sea, the Irish Sea. That includes this province for some reason. The Celtic Sea. That's right, there was nothing to patrol here because I no longer own the provinces, so actually they have everything covered. The question is, do I want them to do the Northern Isles Sea? And I suppose why not? There we go, hop to it. I wish you could edit the route rather than completely replace the route, but so be it. Naval presence overall is pretty amazing. And not only that, it actually maintains particularly well. Look at that, the maritime presence that I get from the provinces are aiding quite a lot. If we look down in Londonshire, we don't really have to do anything here, do we? We get 9 and 4 and 4 and 3 and 4 and 4. The decay is only 0.17, so the fleet only needs to make a passing glance over at it and it's fine. Adding people to your court has insane scaling as well. Last I checked, I'd pay 900 ducats to add a person to my court. Base cost 20, scaling added 860 costs without explaining why or what. Yeah, a lot of things use scaling costs. But like any mechanic in the game, use it to your advantage when you can. That means stop paying for scaling costs and try and go for things that have flat cost. And let benefits that have scaling cost affect you. That is another great reason to go for naval over land, because there's this beautiful naval event, and it triggers surprisingly often where you catch smugglers and you get scaling money based on your income. And my days, can it go high. Absolutely go high. Come to think of it, isn't this messed up? Like, one of my poor individuals here is integrated. Nah, forget this. Tell you what. Do the integration. Probably that one first. Places do integrate in their own time. I mean, I already got 0.29% integration done here. But let's just get it done quickly, because war with France will always be sooner than I expect. Is there piratey tech in this game? Piracy. You can be a pirate republic. You can have privateers, but I'm pretty sure the privateer mechanic is completely broken, because I tried to use it and I couldn't get anything done. But yes, you can be a pirate. It's just probably going to be painful. Haven't tried it, though. Haven't tried a lot of things. I haven't tried proper colonization, and I will be doing it in this game. We've discovered Greenland, and when we have the capacity to, and I suppose we can check what it's going to take for that, we are going to move to Greenland and then use that to get ourselves over to the North America. Now, there is an idea to conquer Greenland, but the way I see it, why would we want this completely garbage land? What I think we want here is to grab one of these provinces, one that we can colonize rather than take off of the Greenlanders. Sadly, the only province around here that seems open for business is this crappy stone province, with one person living there. But, you know, a core is a core. I wonder if I could let it out as my own Greenland colony. It has stone, of course, and stone is terrible. Maybe I could take... Look at, I could take a lot of land over here. I just imagine it's never, ever going to grow. Although I could leave myself with a crummy little Greenland subject. Tempting. I might try it. I don't know if that counts as a colonial region or anything. Why don't we check, actually? What continent do you belong to? Ah, yes, the European island of Greenland. Greenland is such a grim place. Yeah, even the name is just marketing propaganda. Alright, how's that prosperity looking? Ah, it's fine. In a couple of years, they'll forget all of the subjugation that I put them through, and then everything will be fine. By the way, they severely gimped quite a lot of the sources of prosperity, so even Londane is heading down now. Peel Towers were going to be my solution to that, but Peel Towers got the 10 times nerf from Paradox. A deserved one, of course, but it's becoming a running theme that you get the 10x buff and nerf from Paradox in EU 0.5. This used to be monthly prosperity 1, now it's 0.1. But yeah, true enough, they're horrifically overpowered, and you can have them along your entire coastline. Yes, there we go, your entire coastline. I was wondering why some places were exempt, but they probably didn't have the people for it. The seas nerf is brutal as well. Yeah, you can't seize a province and get the core on it, but that's fine. I am completely okay with that. Wait, what the heck? What the heck? Why is there an uncolonized province in Wales? Was this added in the update? Like they added another province here? Or did something depopulate it? Can I colonize this faster than these bozos? The Pope is trying to take it over. Is that where the Median Italians are? If you try to colonize a province and you get defeated on it, you get a massive prestige hit. There's almost nobody there. Yeah, Pope wants this land, clearly. I don't particularly want to fight the Pope over this one little province, but I don't want to hand it over either. But nor do I want the 15 prestige hit from failing to colonize it faster than Pope, man. How fast do we think I'm going to colonize it if I go for it? That's an expensive one to go for. Yeah, the French want it as well. Pope Man here is able to add quite a lot of pops to it. Distance from Rome is barely reducing that either. Huh. Yeah, I'm not particularly keen on the Pope muscling in on my territory. But do I really think that I could get that faster than him? Does it show how fast my own pop growth would be here? I swear there's something that checks colonies, right? Wait, I could also do one in Scandinavia if I felt like it. This is adjacent, and I think you get a massive boost to colonization in adjacent places. It's 250 to open the charter, though. I mean, jeez, oh. But I would love to know how fast I'm going to integrate it. Be nice if... Well, whatever. Silver is silver. Let's go for it. Flock to that virgin territory. I'm not so sure I'm going to be faster than Pope Boy here. I can try at least. The thing is, he's had a good head start on it. Oh god, he's going to go faster than me, isn't he? When we added new provinces in EU4, we had some handling for it where it would check for majority of countries' ownership around it and then award it to avoid situations like this. But yeah, it might be a little difficult to get this going, huh? I am faster because of distance, but if he ever gets any bonuses... What do you mean maritime presence in Italy? I don't care about your maritime presence down here. How about my maritime presence over here? Which admittedly isn't much of anything. At least, yeah, at least I'm getting some maritime presence here in St. George now. Time to go bankrupt the Pope. I rather like not being on the Pope's bad side, as it happens. Yeesh, that's pretty bad. Given the lack of Welsh people, my guess is it's a depopulated province. No, I think it's a new province added in the update. I don't recall seeing this in the patch notes, but that's what makes most sense in my eyes. But yeah, this is concerning. It says the maritime issue is fixed. I haven't tested annexing anything, and it'll be a while before I annex anybody to check. But one can certainly hope. The Norns wish to rise up, but that's barely anybody, so it's not worth it. Oh, 16 Norns wish to rise up. Apparently none. The Anglo-Irish wish to rise up, but that's not unexpected. The Irish wish to rise up. That's just a Tuesday, right? And the nobility will see the funny side in due time. All in all, the nation is being ran particularly well. My main concern is how and when do I go about fighting the lowlands, because it could well be the next big war. Denmark lacks a location in the middle of the north. Oh, would you look at that? The Danes and the Swedes want to muscle in on that, and I could as well, but no, let's not. How much are we even paying for this colony? Not a whole lot. One problem is that I don't have the New World tech. If Pope Man gets New World tech, then there's a good chance that he could work his way down that. He doesn't know about it. I'm starting to wonder, could I ask any of my subjects for institution? What's it called? Institution or tech or... What's it called when you ask people for knowledge? Perhaps I don't know. Anyway, Brittany, you already have cores on your land. I think you keep the cores even if I enforce my culture on you. I certainly hope you do. I guess we're going to find out. I just checked the last VOD. Aberystwyth is definitely not new. Then what in the world happened here? Because everybody got wiped out. The infrastructure got wiped out. No, you can definitely get knowledge off of some of your subjects if they have embraced an institution that you have not. I did it as the Golden Horde. Ah, here we go. Request knowledge sharing. That's what it's called. Knowledge sharing. So if I go here for knowledge sharing, as opposed to sharing my knowledge. Yeah, wow, the Welsh even know more than I do. But yes, I should go around and have you spread your knowledge to me. Very good. That'll do fine for now. Is it possible that it starved? No, not really. You're part of this province. This province vastly overproduces food. Just something murked that province. I wonder if any other provinces died. Could we see them perhaps on the colonial map mode? That is showing that. This... well, I don't know why that's showing as colonial, right? Sweden already owns it. They probably take offense to my ideas there. How bizarre. I'm going to have a quick look around. No, that's Granadan land, not uncolonized. Wait, why is this Granadan? Some of these holes in the land make sense. Oh, what is this? Jagorlik. Yeah, well-known Moldavian golden... Oh, colony. Lake. Oh, something strange going on, I'm telling you. How did that break? That is absolutely a mystery. And they're probably scratching their heads over at Paradox as well. Oh well, that's why you make systems that can handle generic situations. And in this case, it should be adjacent places get to take it over. All right, one more place for the integration. Distant cousin, courtier, not my concern. Please begin the integration of Kane. I've seen entire areas of Manchuria get depopulated. Super common bug. Been here since 1.0.2 at least. Oh well, something for the bug reports. I'll check and see if there's one made already before making one or adding my own voice. But it can be very frustrating. You know, that bug forum has over 5,000 threads. In my experience, let's be generous and say 1/3 of them are either duplicates or not a bug. That is still many thousands. And we're not getting many thousands fixed. Maybe that's an unfair standard to have. So we're killing off the pirates and we're gaining some maritime presence here, but I still want more maritime presence. Let's keep working on it. Beating the Pope here is going to be tough. Percentage of correct... there we go. You need to have more than like 50% or so correct culture and religion. And I think I got in soon enough to deny him that. Oh, well, maybe not. Maybe not. I think I'm going to lose this to the Pope, and that's going to be very awkward. Because I'll have to fight the Pope for that land. It's even going to be the right culture and religion for him, so it's not going to revolt away. Oh, another one of those famous Scottish twisters coming through. That's why the movie Twister was set in Scotland. Alright, Crown Boy. You're not particularly good at anything you do, and there's no vacancies for Crown members on my anything. I suppose you can get in charge of these boats, right? There we go. You go and handle all the hurricanes. You didn't assign a cabinet member. Oh, you're right, so I didn't. That said, I want to get this done particularly well. It doesn't have to be a Crown member currently. If I could get a nice mix of military and diplomacy, that would be great, but also a nice mix of not being anciently old. Ruler trait, general trait, admiral trait, none of that's relevant, so... I mean, you might live long enough to be useful. It's just that up front the costs are revolting. 48 ain't old. It is here. Oh, vibrating stats on these. Okay, don't worry about it. I think we can start improving relations with the Pale. It's plenty high enough as it is. Still working on improving relations with Wales with a view to integrating them. Improved relations now helps subject loyalty even better, so that's good. Oh, I never got around to enforcing my culture on Brittany. I was about to do it. Can I think of a good reason not to? Let's do it. They will adapt to our way of thinking. And once Aquitaine have cores on the rest of the land I gave them, I'll switch them as well. That said, Gascon cultural influence versus that cultural tradition is slowing that down. However, being the same dominant culture here and here is speeding these ones up. So actually, once they have their Gascon cores, then I should flip them, because that will actually speed up the integration of Libourne, because I'm quite certain that Highland culture is far superior to Saintonges? Well, whatever this useless culture here is. Joke culture for Joke Nation. Oh, look at these guys. Santillon. Once you get your cores as well, you'll be flipped. Get your cores so I can flip you, basically. You still have a lot to do, and I never give you this province. These people are all done. Yeah, these people. Who even are you? The Runés are done. Okay, so remember earlier I tried to flip somebody's culture and they wouldn't stop doing assimilation to the old culture. That bug has been fixed. And that's a really niche issue, so I'm surprised Paradox even noticed it. Anyway, if you've got all your cores and it's of the entire area, you will change your culture to my way, although I need a couple of months to do that. Do they keep the cores now that they're Highlands? See, that's what I'm curious about. I think they shouldn't, frankly, because cores are based on culture. But there are some weird things about keeping cores on land that was your land and no longer is. Like I said, I was able to conquer foreign land as a Golden Horde and get an instant core. And that was from my former colonies. Sure looks like Brittany's keeping those cores, though. Can even see it right here. Wait, I collect tribute from Brittany? I'm pretty sure they're not a tributary, but okay. They're in the Catholic Church with me. Inside the Diplo range, Brittany will pay to avoid joining wars. That's not the information I'm looking for. I want to know about this core. Well, they keep their cores. That's good news for me, so it means I won't hesitate to convert culture on others as well. Quick check on when that truce with France is up. It's in 68, so in 7 years, war again with France. And we have 3 different nations that should give us a good casus belli for that. And our ability to fight is pretty great. Apparently we're slightly weaker than them. He's trying to rebuild his army. Wait, did that just go from 1,000 to 200? Blink and you miss it. Anyway, the game thinks that I should give a damn about France's levies, but I don't. Well, yeah, I don't know about that. New patch could be new balance for how powerful levies are. Let's not be so dismissive. But in 1.0.8, regulars can very comfortably 3-to-1 levies. And if the levies are in a poor state or poorly placed on the battlefield, you could 4 or 5-to-1 them. Maybe not quite 10-to-1, but I'm sure some people can pull off 10-to-1s. Pope Boy is going way too fast on this. But the population is high enough, so I'm wondering why Pope Boy hasn't got this one finished. Says he's 100%. I think he's going to take it, and then I'm going to get that horrible event, costing me 15 prestige. And then he's going to hold on to the land. Ah, yeah. 20 prestige? I should have just abandoned the bloody province. Oh, well, I kind of knew this was coming, but I had to see it with my own 2 eyes. All right, well, that's a complete and utter disaster. Ah, jeez. Oh well. I should have noticed the uncolonized land earlier, right? 20 prestige. Yeah. If you know you're going to lose, just abandon the province. Also, I lost over 250 ducats for the attempt to take the land. Maybe he'll sell it to you? I mean, how can he even administer it from Rome? He's not going to have any control, that's for sure. Maximum control 10. Jeez. The problem is, warring the Pope could get me excommunicated, so I'm not keen on that. Damn and double damn. Wait, another member of my cabinet died? I wonder if you can automate putting in cabinet members, because they do love to die, and managing them is a pain. Try to buy it and see the price. Well, he doesn't want to sell this at all because it's his culture, his religion. And he just loves that land. Do Wales still have a core on this? No. Okay, that province just got completely voided in the update for some reason. Oh well, these are the kind of curveballs that keep things interesting when you're playing on live hot builds. Another nobody's coming of age. Attack one of his OPM Italian allies and snipe it. Well, I'd need the Casus Belli on this first. Ugh, it's disgusting. Yeah, I could have beaten him to it if I'd known about the province first. And then I would have began my colonization and I would have slightly outsped him. But we didn't notice it and thus we lose it, so too bad for me. I believe I was trying to turn you into my culture. Double check, you're the right one. Sure looks right. So, are they going to convert their culture? Are they going to even try? There's a couple of Highlanders over there. I shouldn't expect them to immediately begin the conversions. Although I'd like them to. I mean, you're actually converting before you've even cored this land. You're keen. You're Highland culture and you haven't begun cultural enrichment at all. Part of that could be the problem with Frankian cultural tradition being too strong, but we will destroy that culture in due time. Is there another papal location in the Pale, or is that just an Irish minor that looks like it? Oh god, don't start. If you mean this, then no, it's just some useless little country. Who pay me tribute, apparently, but in time I'll just break that relationship and annex them. It's no big deal. Maybe it's a secondary target for the playthrough. Eliminate the Pope, make yourself an empire. Well, a nice way to look at it is that it's now a province that I can attack when I become a Calvinist. And there's no way the Pope can challenge me for that. But another way of looking at it is, how would the Pope be a threat for me anyway? I just sail over there with some regulars, kick his arse, and then, I don't know, force him to give me money. I've no real intention of taking and holding Rome, but might be nice to flex a bit on the Holy See. Many have tried. Some succeeded. Otherwise, though, the integration goes smoothly, and once they are integrated, we can begin our own cultural conversion. No need to make the subjects do all of the work. Alright, I think that means we can speed up. There's not much that we're... Hold on, what is this? You're taking attrition. Why? Huzzah, another crown member. Whoa, a really good one. I could happily grant you a cabinet right, but there's no particularly good job for you unless one of the cabinet members decides to vacate. You're of the old dynasty. My question is, could I... Ah, geez, I really cannot work with a marriage. Why not, anyway? You're my first cousin, but that's too distant to marry. Fair enough. You Gaul haggis in the Holy See? The population is surely quite high around here, so it would be a big undertaking to culturally enrich them. But that would be all the more reason to just, like, gob out the Pope as a subject here, or even just gob out any old subject holding the land. I don't know if there's any big bonuses to holding Rome on your own. I think there were some pretty big ones in EU3 and EU4, but EU5 really clamps down a lot on big boosts like that. How are you taking attrition, by the way? Are you even fixing yourself? I'm not here to watch all of my boats suddenly sink, you know. Maybe it's a problem that they're in subject land instead of my land. Tell you what, get over here instead. Might help, might not. Or just might be more of those great British hurricanes coming through and wrecking my boats. It's been known to happen. I'm more than a little curious how good we can get proximity up on the west side. How does the war with France end? Well, not positively for France. Look at them now. And it's not going to get much better in the next war either. That said, though, I don't have any casus belli on them right now. I sure hope that changes. Brittany are spying on France. It's very weird, by the way, that you can see people spying. I was able to see France spying on me at one point. Very strange indeed. You know what's not strange? Getting tons of money. Yeah, you know, Castile, I could do with that cash. Give it to me, please. Castile did as we expected and contributed to our state coffers. Next time we have something in Parliament, I'll see if I can do an RGO booster. If we can't, we'll boost RGO anyway, and I'll probably use Parliament to get claims on the lowlands, because grabbing something here is quite tempting. Best thing I can imagine doing is grabbing the former County of Holland, who have cores up and down here, and then use them to expand the lowlands, and then take it for myself, of course. What's the population like around here, anyway? Ooh, it's big. If I gave it all to Holland, they would... they'd become a bit big for their briefs and be difficult to integrate. Whereas on the other hand, you know, surely Highland culture is far superior to Low Franconian culture? Seems pretty big. Their cultural tradition is pants compared to my influence. Pretty much 5-1 them on that. Yeah, maybe 4-1. But yeah, having that land seems pretty good for me. Ooh. Conversion, not assimilation. All that money, time to build the market buildings for the new bonuses. How's our trade doing anyway? Trade is looking good. If there's one trade building I really want to build more of, though, it's got to be the trade office. This is just free trade income. And I can do a whole lot of that over in España. So don't mind me as I do exactly that. I'm sure Spain and I will be good friends for a long time. Oh, I could even build more of them in Pope Man's land. If he's going to take my land, I should be investing his, right? Especially while there are good relations. You know what, Pope Boy? I'm here to make my trades. The question should be if there's anywhere else that I want to get market access in. Probably not that sound, not that side of the sound toll. Seems kind of bad. There is an argument for getting trade power over in Skolholt so that I can trade things like cheap ivory. But it's not like they have a ton going, right? And there's already a lot of people exporting, including Iceland themselves. And I wouldn't beat Iceland to that, and their other trade goods are pretty terrible. Can't go wrong with Portugal, right? I say we improve relations with Portugal and get some trade going over there as well. There's the idea for Morocco, too. Morocco's going to have things like olives that I wouldn't mind. And you know what? It's not like we're sitting on no diplomats here, so I'm going to go with both of them. Oh god, Morocco are not my best friends, are they? Give it time, though. Give it time. You and Dark Young have the same economic base. Only fans. Oh, please no. We don't need more in common. There we go. Lordship died from a common cold, and that's yet again cabinet lacks minister. And you gotta pay every time, jeez. Paying those scaling costs. Alright, I thought we ended up with a new crown member. Was he any good? Oh, well, no and no. Folan, get to work. Keep those integrations flowing. Get the lassie in. I'd have to pay quite a bit to get her in. I'd have to pay 20 legitimacy to grant her the possibility of being on the cabinet, and then grant her the cabinet seat for the money cost as well. And legitimacy is essentially just costing money. Portugal have asked us for gold. Why in God's name do I owe Portugal favors? This will hurt our trust. Okay, too bad. We will lose diplomatic reputation. I have never seen this actually cost diplomatic reputation. And it still doesn't cost diplomatic reputation. I'm not even sure it costs trust, although I didn't look at that number beforehand. Yeah, look at that. No impact. I wonder if it hurts their diplomatic reputation. Is there a way to see that? Portuguese diplomatic reputation, huh? I'm sure there's something like I could check an interaction they have and see it from there. But I'm not seeing it. Anyway, if people ask you for gold, never say yes. There's no reason to right now. Scaling costs are great. Build that granary for 100,000. Well, that's different. That's scaling cost for building too many things in one place, which I am fine with. Okay, paved roads. I got those not so that I would build them, but that my subjects would build them. My estates, rather. My burghers love having more money than they can spend, and they love spending it on roads. Mercenary cost, come on. We're not vying for independence anymore. How long until Parliament anyway? That's what I'm keen on right now. I'm not keen on the old lassie here popping her clogs though. Like I said, it's disastrous for the crown when she dies. And once again, I have only one grandson. My grandson here needs to get mating on the double. Any good quim out there for you? Well, there's some seasoned old steaks to be had, but right now let's go for the ripest of fruits. Ah, my own niece. Yeah, sure. Incest is the best. Put your niece to the test. He can also join an order of chivalry. I mean, I'm sure that'll win him something over. We like doing it with Hungary. Cardinal's going mad with new things, though. Who would have thought having this Welsh land would be so appealing to them? I'm really annoyed by this, actually. Like, really freaking annoyed. Just for free, somebody gets a toehold in Britain. So war with the Pope is an inevitability now. Apparently you can make money by hiring your own mercenary company if you stack mercenary cost modifiers. Yeah, I heard about that one. I'm not really looking to do any infinite money exploits here, though. Like, we're making plenty as it is. And I really feel the sense of satisfaction knowing that we grew this very organically. All right, when we grabbed England in the big land grab, the one where we took East Anglia and the south, we were so fragile. Still more or less entirely relying on subject income. But now where we are, you know, this is actually a good taxation, good... I thought that was clergy that I could tax. No, we don't get anything out of taxing the clans. But yeah, just overall, I'm very happy with the economy that I've built up. And it's about to get even better once we research how to make loads of books with the... not the pike and shot, although I should consider embracing that at some point. Longer I leave it, the cheaper it gets. But the sooner I take it, the faster these go. But also, the sooner I take it, the more I increase costs. Diplomatic base, economic base is based on institutions embraced. Even so, I'm going to wait until these things are done, because once I get paperwork shops and printer shops, I am going to be supplying Europe with books. Currently, the price of books is a little bit higher. I need to make sure we already have the demand for books. Do I truly have all of the libraries that I can have in my country? All markets are shown, and the only additional one I can have is in Aberdeen. And it's... who the heck is building that? Oh, that's nice. I didn't actually know they did that, but yeah, the clergy actually builds libraries for me. Sweet. I believe there was the other question of universities, though. Universities are more keen on books as well. And of course, I'd want more universities because they boost literacy, they boost promotion, they give me much beloved cultural influence. Should I just build as many of these as possible? Sounds risky in its own way, but at the same time, more is better, right? God, that's expensive. Hang on, do I actually want one in Perth? Yeah, okay. There's somewhere around here. Yeah, Dundee. I need to actually preserve the lives of my tribesmen. There's somewhere around here that has even more of the little tribal bastards. Here we go. Sadly, they are promoting, which I don't particularly want. But I need some tribesmen in my land, or else I lose the tribesman estate. As long as you have even one tribesman, you keep the clans. And their privileges are amazing. The power doesn't matter, because you're giving power to practically nobody. But look at that. Research progress, more cabinet members, development. A lot of development at that. RGO output, tolerance. The levy size is meaningless. I'm not getting that off of clans. RGO expansion cost down, stability investment, communalism, prosperity. Like, these are all great. And the fact that they're 100% happy also boosts RGO output. Food is a meme, but still. Keep your clans and keep them happy. They'll do a lot more for you. They'll punch well above their weight, basically. And you don't give up any reasonable amount of crown power for it. We can put a number to that, actually. Their power... Their estate power is 1. My estate power is 2,298, so I'm not crying over them getting... How many boosts here? 150, 200, 300% boost of power. And apparently 300% of 1 is 1. Capture someplace in Africa with the wrong culture full of tribesmen. The estate UI will never know the difference between the Fulani and the Highlanders. See, TBW gets it. And I get Parliament. Also, I get another young strapping lad. He's of the old dynasty, but I would quite like that dynasty back. Sadly, I can't tell him to marry. I mean, why the hell not? What a chin on that lad, though. I mean, it's partly Peter Griffin, it's partly Trastamara, but he's all Moray. Alright. Well, I can't do a census, which is always what I'm most keen on. Mining, gathering. Yeah, mining is always good, if I even have any mining to do. Let's check the RGO builder here for mining. I wouldn't even mind expanding this in my subjects, and there is a lot of these to grow. Unfortunately, I just went and spent all my bleeding money on universities like a fool. That was actually rather foolish. So it's almost tempting to take some loans to boost that. I could also just not do Parliament for a while, or I could just expand it in 5 years. Yeah, it's no skin off my nose. They'll be expanded eventually. Trade efficiency 1%. Plus trade advantage. Hardly overwhelming. The books have betrayed you, yeah. Well, I need to put my money towards books probably more than the RGOs. Let's get this done regardless, though. What I'm interested in is, should I or shouldn't I attack into the lowlands? If I take the land off of either Antwerp or the Nederlands, I'm still going to be able to release the County of Holland. And the County of Holland, I think, is key to getting this land under my control, because that'll get me a good casus belli. Speaking of which, are my subjects actually making those casus belli? You're still building up spy network in France, and I swear it went down, not up. How about you? There we go. Wait, religious war and following through on threat is a good CB. And we do still get access to it. It's no demolish hegemon, but still better than I can get. Anyway, the point is, County of Holland's still good, but the question is, who do I focus on? Involving Bohemia is quite the thing. But, yeah, I can curb stomp Bohemia. Says we're perfectly balanced. Well, that lad has an army. But I think we can use our naval dominance to get through this regardless. That's telling me that I need to unmothball my navy, get it up to speed. Is that at 0%? No, it's at 6. The text in this game is very difficult to read. And I'm playing this with the full screen, like 120% UI size as well. Right, Antwerp or the Netherlands. Antwerp has a lower list of friends, and more land that I could take off for the County of Holland. Although I shouldn't need more than just one little spatch of land. It depends on how much it costs. It is fortified, though, so if I want to be cheeky and take it for a peace deal, I can't just go in and snipe it. Interestingly, I could snipe Amsterdam, because you have no fortifications here. I just need to grab Amsterdam. It would exert control over all of this, and my life gets easier. Also, I think you have more miners for me to beat up, and I do love beating on miners. Yeah, well, Luxembourg's pretty minor. Magdeburg. The Rhine. Oh, the Palatinate, of course. I think the lack of the fort being a concern is a good reason to go for you. So yeah, we'll smash the county out of the Netherlands. I'll probably have to wait out Bohemia, though. Bohemia brings an actual army that I am concerned about, so I hope that France don't regain the alliance they had with them. Currently, they appear to have no alliance. Ooh, also worth noting that if they get access through France, they could actually come and body my lands over here. That could be bad, but it also could be good, because they have to waste their time with these forts. Alright, what I'm getting at is I want to pull my army off the mainland and then use my superior navy to jump in wherever needed. But I still need my... Hey, did this image change? Where's this little circle around it? Well, that's certainly changed. Gain war exhaustion? Sure, I don't particularly care about that. And I certainly care about getting a casus belli on the nerds. I'm still 4 years away from doing it with France. That's a concern if this war ends up going on for too long. And it could. But I do really want the lowlands. 5 years till truce with France. Will you have the time? Yeah. There's nothing stopping me just also fighting France. France is quite weak. One thing I should consider, though, is actually building up more of an army. But yeah, spending all my money on those universities is going to come back and bite me. I can't shake the feeling. Go on then. Parliamentary approved claims. I will let my boats get fixed. During that time, I could even ferry my units back to the island. Yay, they changed the size of boats that you need. You no longer have a levy of 3 needing 1,000 spaces on a boat. Anyway, get yourself FOB. Oh wow, they also move now without you having to just tell them to go tile by tile. Improvements. I like improvements. I get the boats over there so they can heal up, get my army mashed together. The French army in Dover, right? They've learnt their lesson. I wonder if they're getting a casus belli on me then. You're not making any money and you don't know why. No, I am making money and I'm well aware of everything that's happening there. Still can't tell you to marry, so I hope you get married of your own accord. Won't the Netherlands be the primary defender? If you only ask for a province, they'll likely cave in before Bohemian troops even arrive on the scene. Now that is a tempting proposition, isn't it? Where's their capital? Wait, that is their capital. You make an excellent point. I'm not looking to completely ravage the Netherlands. I just want one province. Just anything that allows me to release the Netherlands, or the County of Holland, rather. So if I just essentially warp strike onto Amsterdam and put them under full blockade, maybe grab Schloten or Wolfgar, or whatever this province is called. What is it called? Oh, Friesland, of course. What's the capital of Friesland? Also, what happened to it showing you capitals of places when you zoom in on them? Here we go. Yeah, if I warp strike on Schloten as well, I think we could have it. But I'm not going to take a chance. I'm going to let my actual fleet repair. Support in Parliament. Oh, joy. Ugh, this is less joyful. Yet another dead old coot on my cabinet. These guys aren't free, you know. Maybe I could finally shove a crown member on here. The thing is, they won't be crown members for much longer. Yeah, well, on you go regardless. I hate paying money. Leading words of a Communist Manifesto. Why everything have to cost money? I'm going to combine you together now, actually, because I don't trust that one of these guys won't magic a fleet out of nowhere and attack you. And besides, the control that I'm getting around here is improving vastly. There are some improvements to control around here. Still feel like it would be better just building a better road across here, but building better roads is something that my beloved estates should be doing, although they're not doing. It's okay, I'll deal with that when I have the money, and I currently don't. Not going to grant a privilege, but I'm happy for capital economy. That's a lot of capital economy. Give it to me. Parliament is such a wonderful place to get stuff done. Hey, wasn't this changed to tell you how much time you had left on Parliament? Oh, they changed it again, right? It used to be that the circle around here showed how much support, and they had a number below showing how many days left. Now it's been reversed. Ah, well, fair dues. No, that's the mod. No, I turned my mods off. Oh, unless you mean the mod was doing that change that I was describing. Which is also quite possible. Perhaps even plausible. Oh man, we're getting so much added support, but unless I grant that privilege, it just will not be enough, and I'm not willing to grant... Oh, am I? No, I don't want to give them power, especially when it doesn't come with any happiness. I'm not looking to centralize, and that tolerance doesn't mean much. And passing this parliament thing doesn't mean much to me either. Certainly not as much as that privilege. Yeah, scaling costs. What a nightmare scaling costs are. Such nonsense. So unfortunately, I don't quite have the numbers on the boat to bring up everybody for the strike force. But I think it'll be okay. What I should do is segregate this out so that we have... I think that's the right number for the boats. 7-7, 7-6. Still in charge. Keep them well balanced. Don't trust the formation, so we double check it. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Cannons on the front line. Cannons get destroyed on the front line. What the hell are you thinking, game? Ah, jeez. This is something I would really like to be able to lock in on the game. You know, I decide what goes where, and we just say, right, always focus this. As it happens, this UI is a nightmare. Yeah, sometimes it even puts your supply carts on the front line, and then you're really, really baffled. Baffled and dead in equal measure. Otherwise, though... Oh yeah, quantity also no longer affects frontage the same way. Just get actual units in there, please. I want 11 on each of them, just so we're satisfied with a number. 11, 11, stick 11 in the center as well. Huzzah. Might not be perfect, but it'll be good enough. Why are we taking attrition? There's no food here. I disagree. I think you're just saying that because I put you in there. Either way, go run away to London. Oh, France is raising levies. What are they up to? Knowing that they can't handle the might of the Highlanders, they decide that Catalonia will look better in blue. Is that going to involve anybody else I care about? As long as it doesn't involve Castile or anybody bringing me in. Wait, Burgundy's on Aragon's side. Explain further. Explain even further. Appanage of France with positive loyalty. Maybe it's a different Burgundy. No, that's Bar. Wait, it looks like Bar, but it's not Bar. There are two Burgundies. Yes, that's the most rational explanation. Is this white Burgundy? Oh, it is white Burgundy. And they're not a subject of France. Ah, of course, the two Burgundy solution. Beautiful. No, the light green is Bresse, not Burgundy. I was thinking Austria was going a bit far across the Alps. Well, we've seen a lot of things. Surely not going to win, though, right? France is the aggressor. And I have little doubt that France is going to win here. Aragon's problem is they never got friendly with Castile, and Castile's just eaten a whole lot of their land. So yeah, France is going to expand down there, and that's fine by me. the French can exhaust themselves a little more. But once my boats are ready to rock and roll, and they're getting pretty close to being ready to rock and roll, I'm going to warp strike on the Dutch. They deserve nothing better. Should I prepare the blockade ahead of time? Let me remind myself who their allies are. Wolgast will be a coastal ally. Could be a problem. But what I could do is actually divide up my exceedingly large heavy fleet so that I have a heavy fleet placed here, 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 and here. 3 ships each. Whereas I'm going to want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lots of 8 out of this fleet. Seems fine, but I will do that after we have the initial war for the waters won, because as you can see, heavy boats absolutely annihilate light boats and you barely have enough time to react. Even that 1 heavy ship could prove a problem, and those 3 certainly will. So yeah, let's win the naval front first and then move in. 3 whole ships, eh? Well, I'm glad I'm not naval hegemon. It's like the worst hegemony to get. I wonder if they have defensive things that slow down the offloading of troops. They've got a dock, but I'm not spying the hostile dock thing. Coastal Fort, I believe it's called. Wow, this land is arse. Who's the naval hegemon? Some Southeast... It's probably the Mamluks. It's usually the Mamluks. It is indeed the Mamluks, with 16 heavy ships. Despite me having, what, 40-something? I'm not a great power. But I'm glad about that. Naval hegemon is just bad. It increases your costs, and it doesn't give you any relevant ability here. Force embargo can only force embargo for a rival. Maritime support only affects 1 region, and it doesn't even do that much. I mean, the harbour capacity is nice. Maritime presence is okay, but if you're naval hegemon, you'll probably already have plenty of that. But it's not a lot. Even with a good cabinet member, that's only plus 0.2 maritime presence. And again, only 1 area, and only 1 person can do it. So for the best they could do is have the Levant taken care of. Yeah, it's just not good enough. But all the while, this increased expected cost of court. So it's pretty bad. And also, if you're the naval hegemon, who cares about naval damage taken? All the other ones are good. Naval's the one that you don't want. So yeah, cultural hegemony is great because of assimilate area. Diplomatic hegemon is great for improved relations. Oh, I like that a lot. Also, influence country is just a click button, receive 50 relations, which is great. Military hegemon is great for violation and war score. Don't care about workers as soldiers as workforce. And is there anything good about economic hegemon? I think that forced divert trade can be very, very oppressive. Force a lot of countries to give you half of their trade stuff. I mean, that would be rather good, but overcoming some of the Asians on income could prove a little difficult for little Mori. But we will try. Like I said, all hegemons other than naval are good. They do, of course, increase your costs, but surely you use your abilities to offset that. That's wild. Majapahit must have died. They spam heavies. Yeah, but Majapahit has a really nasty, more or less forced disaster, don't they? So stands to reason they don't have a very good time. I mean, this is the age of the decline of Majapahit, if my memory serves. And my memory is based on time playing Mayo, and how could I possibly doubt Mayo? Next tick will be fine for keeping my boats in good enough nick. We'll get on the boat, we'll get over in position to declare war, and we'll just instantly warp strike on Amsterdam. Annihilate any fleet, and then break off a light fleet for a blockade, and hope that we can seize a peace deal before big bad Bohemia man arrives and decides that I'm not allowed to play with his little HRE friends. Although, I don't know. Maybe, just maybe, there are some unforeseen consequences. I'm sure my heir can handle this, right? It's good for prestige having your members of your family involved in all of this. Chances are you'll become a great power after this war. Welcome the naval hegemon mantle, even if you don't want it. Well, I prefer to think of it as... Did I even move there? Are you moving? Yes. Kind of. My god, I really hope they get this teleporting armies and navies things fixed. Just give me a setting that stops them doing this stupid moving through the province. Just go blip, 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 blip. Looks uglier, but it's so much easier to see where things are, and it means you don't have to hover over moving things for it. Right, am I going to find out some horrible mistake, like issues with declaring this war? No, it would seem not. Alright, just get to it. This land belongs to me. Teleporting armies are the fashion in Paradox games recently, yeah, but certainly the fashion in on-release CK3. Wham! That's a lot of nations. Oh, and they fixed it. It used to not show all the nations that joined the war against you. Now it certainly looks like it does. Alright. Ekum Bokum, come and have a go. Wait, what the hell just happened? Was the Netherlands in the middle of a war with Antwerp that I didn't notice? They have a truce with Lorraine, but no truce with Antwerp. What in the heck just happened there? Is there like some kind of event, foreign aggressor, the Dutch will unite? I'm sure we have people that have played as the Netherlands before. What in the good gravy just happened there? Well, I suppose as long as there are still those County of Holland cores, it's fine, but still, geez, oh. Were they in a civil war? I don't think so. I think I would have noticed if they were civil warring. Yeah, I thought there was just a breakaway here, right? There was Antwerp and there was something else. Maybe it was. Maybe I was completely neglecting to pay attention. You look to be in a war with all of the HRE. Yeah. There are a few of them, sire, but only a few. Go on. I'm sure the Dutch will want peace. Peace in our time. It was actually peace for our time that Neville said. Very misattributed quote. Or misquoted quote. Alright, might need the backup of the other troops before too long. I should probably also go and kill the Dutch, but if I kill them, there'll be fewer Dutch people for me to oppress. I mean, look at all those poor people I'm going to kill. The counting house defense. This could backfire quite a big way. Because getting Bohemia out, you know, I'm sure they would want out if I would just give up war reparations, Connaught, and whatever else. I'm telling you, that's not happening. I just don't want this war to drag out. I want to see if I can just surgically strike on the Netherlands and be done with this. Where are their boats anyway? Looks like their boats are over there. Is that including your heavies? No. And it's not heavies, it's one heavy. Even so, let's go and break off some of these. There has got to be a better way to do this. Get you on there. Hopefully there's not a dock here. I think there is, though. Hard to tell where your dock is. Is it here or there? Anyway, get your buttocks over here so I can have these people oppressed. Yay, institution growth. Should see a doctor about that. There are more Dutch around here. Yeah, this sudden annexation causes me some issues, right? Now there's a fort in this area. And now it's an area that I have to concern myself with. It makes a sudden 100%ing of the Netherlands a bit tougher now, doesn't it? Also, with them being there, I would actually have to move across and annihilate them. And I'm okay doing that. Annihilation sounds good. Because if I wanted to move over here... Oh, I can! Probably because I'm at war with the HRE, right? It's free real estate. Alright, get yourself moved in on there. And I think I could actually stand to send out some extra Carracks just to hold the area a bit better. Take them, balance them out, half it up. And then post some there and post some there. Just to keep an eye on the... Oh, hello! Abandon that foolish thought for a moment. Yeah, there we go. Goodbye, Wolgast. Hello, virtually no war score. Hello, useless trait. What is this? Something you're not allowed to do. Kablamo. Yeah, enough of that. I knew they'd be coming in for me like this. That's why I prepared my heavy fleets. Even if it's just 1, 1, and 1, they should be able to handle the situation agreeably. None of my actual subjects that are at risk are involved in this war, right? Yeah, no, the only ones that are not on Scootage are my inlander UK ones, which is fine by me. Alright, this should be fine. Do not auto-sort that army, or else they're going to fight much worse than before. And, he's clever, isn't he? He's coming for me. Right, annihilate them. You guys are going to have a hard time because you're being met with a heavy, and I would like you to retreat if possible, otherwise we're going to lose some lights here. Get you sufficiently murdered. Okay, there we go. As expected, the plebes of the Netherlands are down already. Now, I would quite like to take that. Probably better than spending my time here, but the problem is you're also raising troops, so maybe I should just go for this for now. I can get some oppression of these guys by blockading them here regardless. Maybe you can go over with some of this force. Can be pretty hard to follow everything here. Don't blame myself for being unable to keep up. And I better also hope that they don't manage to land on me. That'd be a damn shame. I love Navy playing such a big role in EU5. It is so good, isn't it? It feels pretty clunky. That's just the way they handle, though. The fact that Navy is important is what's important to me, though. Because it was such an afterthought in EU4. But here, if you've got a strong Navy, you can really push the boat out. I'm getting my boat pushed out. That's a bunch of heavies on my case. How did you get around me like that? Well, I think those lights are dead to me. They're absolute... No, but they are fleeing for their life. I have a feeling that they are going to cause me troubles as well. Let's get away from you as well. The numbers are looking quite bad. Bohemia can certainly march over here and give me a right licking. And the issue is it's not just plebe regulars, right? Bohemia has an actual army. So this surgical strike plan on the Netherlands, which was a brilliant idea, is actually running into some real problems right now. Because, yeah, this sudden absorption of this land means that I'm not really able to generate a lot of war score. Occupations and blockades, he gets defender ticking. No, I should get defender ticking once we have this back, but I need to annihilate these fleets so I have more freedom of movement around here. And prevent his army from taking this back. Alright, alright. Stop pushing me around. Okay, I know you're largely toast, but could you keep that blockade going regardless? Only having one respectable army in the area is also going to cause me some issues. Well, at least I'm murdering a lot of people, but it doesn't give a lot of war score, sadly. I mean, yeah, war score from battles actually goes down as the game goes on. And he's quite happy with the fight for some reason. Yeah, I need to get the blockades going even heavier here. And there's still quite a lot of boats that I have to worry about. My big heavy navy can't be everywhere at once. Although they shouldn't need to be here much longer, right? That's just a crummy little transport. The issue is that you can't come around here and give me grief as well. Alright, I'm going to detach more boats for my blockading pleasure. You're getting occupied, really? Well, that's going to make things even more exciting. That's just what I was looking for, more excitement. Whoa, 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 whoa. I missed that. I absolutely missed that. Tell me those aren't regulars. Okay, good, they're not regulars. Kill them. Kill them with Benedict Gold. Yeah, navies are cool, but actually keeping your eye on all of this naval stuff is difficult. I'm kind of glad I left some people behind so I didn't need to rely on levies for that. Netherlands Navy is engaging us, but where? Okay, well, somewhere. Hopefully somewhere that they're getting absolutely smushed in. All the armies want to just come along one at a time and get knocked out by us. I'm okay with that. Strangely enough, I'm very okay with that. But, yeah. All I want out of this war is just one little province to bring out the county. But if Bohemia actually mobilizes and gets over here, that's going to be difficult. So I need to rack up war score and crush the war enthusiasm of the Netherlands quickly. And I really hope he doesn't have somebody blocking the occupation of this area. Okay, this is the area, right? Northern Holland. Ah, right. The armies that are here are actually blocking that, aren't they? Meaning if I want to stop them, I actually need to move into here. What even is this place called? Utrecht. You're not moving into Utrecht, are you? No, you guys. No, they're all coming for Amsterdam, but if I go over here, I should be able to block them and continue the occupations, which is the goal at least. Hopefully this isn't a disaster of a war. We're well overdue a proper disaster. Alright, utter annihilation. Somehow I'm gaining units. I can only assume that's prisoners. Yeah, it is prisoners. Okay, very good. Very, very good. You will get annihilated. No more boats to worry about here. I could really... Oh, wait, what the heck? Where even is this navy? I don't know. Can't actually tell. Okay. They're there. You're going south for some reason. And I want to come back up north with you. How very bizarre. Alright, well, come one, come all. I've got a lot of killing to do. Oh, Bohemians are there now. Egads, there's a lot going on now. Like I said, if the Bohemians assemble their real army here, it could be a huge problem. Fortunately, we're still annihilating who we see. And I need this occupation so I can get ticking war score from it. But yeah, it might take a bit to force the Netherlands to the peace table quickly. They are well aware that there's a large number of Bohemians coming. Once I have a little bit of what looks like an edge, as in I might be able to get them to the war table, I will raise all my levies to kind of puff out my chest and say, it's a threat, right? I will bring all of these Highlanders down and I will absolutely rake my way through the lowlands if you do not make peace. And that usually scares them. I mean, I'd be scared too. Those poor barks are not holding out here much longer. I think you should drop off just a little bit of heavies. Wait, I stole their galleys? Huh. I was wondering what happened to stealing ships in this game. Get rid of you, merge these guys together a bit, spread them out. Maybe they can handle themselves in a fight. Keep my sizable navies around. This is part of... Is this a province of its own? Yeah, and you're part of Friesland. I'm still tempted to march in on Friesland, but I need to hold this land as well, so... I don't know about that. Maybe I grab this and then move on Friesland just to clamp down on these fools. It's not a lot of war score, but it is something at least. Alright, get this grabbed and then move up and take Schlotten, and hopefully we can take that before all is lost. Yeah, racking up that war score bit by bit. Game? How many little encounters was that? Apparently there have been 31 battles already. And they still want to keep marching on in. I swear the AI has some... Whoa, okay, maybe. He had a bit more than I can bite off. It seems like the actual Bohemian regulars are here. And I have to hope like heck they don't have more backup coming in. They have me outnumbered on both flanks. If I have to run, I'm gonna really need to worry about this war. Yeah, the small stacks were distractions, so it seems. Can I get an idea of just how many regulars are involved here, Bohemia? Well, I'm certainly seeing some regulars. How's this gonna go? I'm quite worried about this because I'm outnumbered and they have regulars, so we're gonna have to hope that Highlanders can fight a lot better than Czechs. And at a glance, we really can. They took a river crossing. They're better led than we are. We have a slight edge on tactics, a good edge on morale, but they have a lot more discipline than we have. Oh, and they're reinforcing, though. This won't be free. Oh, good lord. That is not a battle we're going to win. Unless maybe I can morale them out, but I think what's more likely is they're going to drown me in bodies. Oh, but would you look at that? The Netherlands are not very happy with the war right now. Right, here's what we're going to do. We are going to smash that raise all levies button. And we're going to keep these lads busy. Going to keep on killing them. To the last Highlander. Hopefully that'll buy me enough time to get the levies up and then have the Dutch reconsider their stance on the war. But yeah, we've just given quite the order. No backing down. That said, we might be slaughtering enough of them to morale them out. The longer a fight goes on, the more the morale tanks. That's for them and me. But I think it applies to the backups. Look at that, they're all moraled out having watched their Bohemian colleagues die. So I think their vast number of levies is actually working against them. Yeah, the more the levies die, the more they think, oh Christ, that'll be me next. And these haggis-eating, skirt-wearing barbarians are not how I wanted to go. I wanted to drown in the world's smelliest cheese. Come on, keep killing them. The levies are growing. I should have raised the levies as soon as I thought it might go this way, but I didn't. And the problem is if I lose this battle, the war score is going to spin in a very undesirable way. Wow! They gave it up. Okay. Turns out if you just keep killing enough Czechs, you can cash your checks. The war score from battles, by the way, is just foobar, right? 2% from that battle. Part of that is due to ages. Age of Discovery makes war score from battles go down by 20%. If you get all the way to revolutions, it's down 80%. I think that's reversed. I think battles should be more impactful as time goes on, but clearly Paradox disagree. I think they gave it up horribly because they were losing and they'd have lost 2 fronts. It's okay, that probably won the war for me. When I puff my chest out, they are going to lose a lot of war enthusiasm, and I'm going to capture the war goal. I already have them blockaded. Not fully, though. Do you think you could just grab a little bit more over for these laddies? How about you? You've got all blockaded. You definitely have all blockaded. This doesn't need to be blockaded. I've already occupied it. All right, get those levies cranked out and occupy this. I'll make sure this is getting occupied as well. It might be getting blocked by this fort. Yeah, I think the fort is preventing the occupation there. And I should buy myself a month or two whilst those guys run away. That's enough time to erect the Highlanders. Put a cabinet member on diplomacy to lower antagonism. Yeah. When I come to an end of a war, I always like to pause. Always. I've done it once, but I plan on doing it each time. Make sure the cabinet guy reduces antagonism and sell off my prisoners to further reduce antagonism, even though it doesn't really do much. They said they fixed the tooltips, but the tooltips aren't the problem. The numbers are the... Whoa! Wait, no, they did fix it. Look at that. It now costs a reasonable amount of money to hire prisoners to fight for you. I mean, I'm not sure I'd pay that much for 400 odd troops, but at least it's not, you know, I think 10 or 20 times more than that. Okay, all right. The levies are just about en massed up, and I think you'll find that the Dutch are terrified at what will happen to their poor country. And as I said, I only want one little wimpy province, but I mean, come on, if we can squeeze out more, we'll squeeze out more. The important thing is to make sure that we don't get locked into a bad situation. I want that. I want to place this under siege to spook them, because current siege is also... what the heck? You're back for more. With a heavy ship, but I also have a heavy ship. And another heavy ship, so... it's your funeral. Oh, yeah, they are coming back with more. Oh, what? Why does it say does not desire anything more? And why is that giving me a plus 50? I feel like something is reversed there. Doesn't matter though. I'm here to grab land. Maybe I should take Amsterdam itself. Yeah, also maybe not. I could steal their fort off of them. Taking the fort is always the cheeky thing to do so that they're easier to invade next time. Maybe we should win this battle first, but I quite like where things are. Like I said, I'm only here to grab a cheeky little province. And it's of vital importance that the province is a core of the County of Holland. Amsterdam is good. It should definitely have a coastline, though, so I can actually surgically drop my my units there. And I highly doubt I can take something like that. Oh, that's just not quite right. Oh, of course, he doesn't want his country to be fractured. Yeah. And this does give significant aggressive expansion with people that I want to stay on top of. So yeah, I'm not quite willing to take a fat stack of land. Maybe just Amsterdam on its own is a good call. Are there any centers of trade here? No, you feed into Bruges, though. I could also consider if you want any of your allies to get out of here, but no, far from it. I've had allies leave a winning war within 2 years of it starting, says Bruno. I assume it's that flat plus 50. Yeah, that feels like a value that's going to be screwing with the AI. Your money isn't worth much to me, but honestly, what else would I take unless I want another province? Yeah, these 2 provinces are probably worth it though, right? We're looking at about 20... We're looking at a decade of... No, it's not 20. That's the value it's going to. I think taking these 2 will be fine then. Alternative thought is don't take multiple... what's the word? Don't take multiple different provinces. Even if they do have the cores, I don't want to give them too much of it. Quick double check on their cores. Come on, zoom out enough to get me a view of that. Oh god, that's an awful view. Really, really hard to see the cores here. They'll flash up like this. But that's so unclear, right? I want to see where their cores are. I guess I could click on the provinces, right? Ah, but that's Netherland core. This is Holland core. Right, right. So I think something like Amsterdam and Hoorp. Yeah, taking those two in the war sounds reasonable. Do you get extra aggressive expansion for taking a capital, by the way? Taking Amsterdam... No, I think it's just more cost, but not more aggressive expansion. Taking these two and releasing it as County of Holland seems reasonable. Like I said, I don't want to stretch out this war because war with France isn't too far away, but yeah, we will do that. So before we take care of that, what we do is we grab our prisoners, we ransom them to lower antagonism by virtually nothing, and get virtually nothing by way of money. But that said, that's more than I think I got in the previous war. And my best diplomatic cabinet member, 91 and 91, all right then. I want you to be on improve relations. Something about relations. Diplomatic thing? Diplomatic endeavors, there we go. That will reduce aggressive expansion taken in the war. And you don't even need to let time pass, just do it. Doing it is good. More valuable locations give more antagonism. I don't know exactly how it works, but this is a very manageable value. Nobody new will be joining the coalition, although some will be pretty close. But yeah, give that to me. Good surgical strike gets me in on the in the HRE, which is where I wanted to be. Not specifically the HRE, I suppose, but let's go to Amsterdam, pick up my units who fought so bravely. I am so impressed with how they managed that fight. A lot of cavalry took a real beating there. For some reason, so did my cannons. Why were they on the front line? I have no idea. But yeah, my regulars, they stick in the fight. And I'm just so proud of them. I could cry. I won't, but I could. And now we know that we can gob out Holland. County of. And this will be our secret to getting good casus belli around here. Alright, very good. And yeah, you'll be out as a vassal. Wait, are they going to become a fiefdom magically? Okay, they didn't. But you did. I think you're a fiefdom. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, seems like a bug. The old colonial nation fiefdom bug is back. And now we can get back to the integration of Constantine? Constantine? I don't know, right. I don't speak French. All those months of doing French cinema at school. I mean, I wasn't there for the cinema, let's put it that way. Whoever would be. And that's right, my levies can go back. Kind of a shame that raised levies can do that. I mean, just by raising them, you scare your enemy into peace. It's a really good tool to have, but I definitely don't think it should work like that. But that's okay, my thoughts and feelings are largely irrelevant. I did release you, right? You don't look very released because you're all blue and that, but yeah, there you are. I will not culturally enrich you. Tempting though it may be. I'm going to wait until you have a good chunk of this land and then I will consider the cultural enrichment. The thing is, there is really nice land for you to have. No, I'll leave them be. Yeah, definitely leave them be. But only for now. Their time will come. One can't escape the cultural enrichment forever. Wait, are you actually in the province right now? It's so hard to tell. Looks like you are. You were able to get on the boat. But you're not getting on the boat just yet. Because it's near the tick of the month, and never have your units at sea at the turn of the month if you can avoid it. Why not? Because they'll take 1% attrition, or more, I forget what the number is, but they'll take attrition at sea. And you don't want that. Wait until the tick. And then send them home. Back home you go. Are we allowed to culturally enrich outside the target areas? Absolutely. You better believe the Low Countries are turning into bastions of Highland culture. And you also better believe these guys are joining Scootage. Scootage gets you more money with no cost in Liberty Desire, and it stops your vassals from killing themselves at war, because they'll just raise levies, throw those levies away, and then bang, you've got dead population. Especially if you intend for it to be your population. You do not want them dying. I think levies hurting your population is the biggest reason, outside of simply winning the war, to have professional soldiers. Professional soldiers will die less. They'll still impact your population when they die, but levies die in the thousands. As you saw there, we lost maybe 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers for that war, and we grabbed a whole lot of delectable population. 36,000 people of Amsterdam, 54,000 of the Hoorn. And there will be more. I'm just tuning in, says Nianch. I thought you wanted to Basque French, not the Dutch. It's only fair. The Dutch are just a natural place to expand my power because they're so close to Londain that my proximity to these regions will be phenomenally good, much like they are across here. I mean, look at that. The north of France is better for administrating than the likes of Scotland or Northumberland. So you better believe I'm chuffed to bits like that. Anyway, got my units back. I think I can get back to assigning my light ships over to patrolling the seas and getting Abdi Else tucked away on mothballing, which just launches up my sailors, which I love to see. And you better believe I'm not paying my army during peacetime. Alright, everything worked out. Oh, I've only got 4 artists. I could actually get away with paying my artists. I won't, but I could. Hate those artist events. Hate everything about artists. Yeah, why does Lucky have to invade this game as well? Gonna need some pretty big dikes to turn the lowlands into the highlands. Could be done. When I mentioned terraforming, people were sending me links to large operations like that, including ones by the Romans. Still working on our relations with Wales for the future integration and Morocco and Portugal for future trade center spamming. Oh god, here we go again. The Castilian-Aragonese War. You mean the one where Aragon just got bodied by the French? The French, did they even take any land? Did they take anything in that war? Well, it's still ongoing. But, I mean, how could I say no to my good friend Castile, right? I don't know why you think you need my help, but sure, I'll join. But, I mean, I'm not gonna do anything in the war. I'm certainly not gonna pay my units. That's your war to figure out. Brittany don't like me. In fact, all the people that I culturally enriched in France don't like me. Is there anybody that I still need to culturally enrich, by the way? What about you? You've got all your cores on this land. But Rune are already Highland. You need your cores, and I need to get a province for you yet. So there's no need to consider cultural enrichment of France, or more of them just yet. But look at that. All the Bretons. They're not even the Bretons. These ones are the Gallios, or the Gallos. Can anybody explain to me the difference between the Gallos and the Bretons? My French cultural information is clearly not up to date here. But it's very good to see that my subjects are actually doing cultural integration. You're doing it for Normans, and you're not going to be doing it at all. But yeah, I was worried that they wouldn't be doing enough of that, or any of that. Alright, very good. Paying for forts, but not the army, will move us towards defensive, yes. And I like defensive a lot more than offensive. For 2 reasons. One, I really prefer fort defense over negative 50 fort defense. Makes it a lot easier to actually hold land that you occupy in a war, because this does apply to occupied forts as well. But there's an event, if you have more than 25 towards offensive, that just loses you 12 stability, no other options, and it sucks big time. And I never want to see it again, so I'm never going offensive again if I can avoid it. Gallo is French influenced culture in Brittany, ah. Sad things that one has to hear. You might notice that a lot of the icons, and in fact the top bar altogether, is quite a bit smaller and fuzzier. For some reason they use like low quality fuzzy icons on the alerts here. There was a mod that I was using to fix it called Nice UI mod or something to that effect, or Good Interface I think it's called. But it has a bunch of changes that I think the update was getting in the way of, so I decided to kibosh it for now. Anyway, kiboshing. I'm currently kiboshing money. I want my paper workshops. Once the paper workshops are mine... Go on, let's do pike and shot. Give me that pike and shot. Oomph. Whilst I have low stability, I might as well lower it again so that we can up it more cheaply. And my estates are all happy enough, they'll see the funny side. It speeds up the research, and I really want the paper workshops. We're going to make paper wherever it's cheapest. Paper workshop, I believe, can make it entirely out of flax fiber. Flax fiber? Fiber crops. Let's check that, in fact, shall we? Yeah, another thing I really love about this game is the different kinds of production methods. So the early paper building here can do leather and wood, or fiber crops and wood, or cloth and wood. You might notice a running theme here to make different amounts of paper. But when you go here, you can do just fiber crops, a little bit more, but without the wood. So that's much better on making paper. Or if you make cloth by the bundle and you still have access to wood, you can make even more paper. I think my things are going to prefer making fiber crops, but it might depend on what's locally available. How are these doing in my market anyway? In fact, why is this not shown here? I want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. There's got to be a better way to check that, right? I mean, over here I can see that the fiber crops are significantly cheaper on the London market. So that's probably what they're going to use for it. But I should also check how cloth and lumber are doing. Lumber is... Yeah, there we go. The lumber price is actually increasing and my supplies are low. Look at that demand, holy smokes. That could become a problem when I'm making lots and lots of books. I've got so many carpenters and tilekins and whatnot. We're going to need more wood. That does mean that making more lumber mills is going to be beneficial, but yikes, do I need more lumber in the market overall. Might go on a spree for increasing lumber, but I'll wait and see if we end up with a parliament thing for it. Ooh, not sure I want to wait that long. Yeah, more wood is needed. Who would have thought, as usual, the wood economy is strong? Then the question is, the printing press shop, how does that do for wood? Scriptoriums require wood. These require even more wood. And they're going to need tools, and tools, if I'm not mistaken, are made of wood. Or are they made of purely iron? But yeah, okay, we're not going to wait for it then. Get me to the RGO screen. Tell me about everywhere inside the London market that produces lumber. And they don't have to be owned by me. My subjects are fine as well. Okay, wherever possible. Boost it, boost it, boost it. Blarna. Where the heck is Blarna? There's a place called Blarna that only has one bit of wood on it. Where is Blarna? How do you even get to it? Left clicking is meant to go to locate. There we go. Right. Why you're in the London market, I might never know. But you are in the London market. You have a ton of peasants there as well. Whatever. Here, have some additional lumber. That's the pale. It won't make them harder to integrate, though. The better point might be if lumber is going to be such a problem. And it will be such a problem. Then creating some lumber mills might be in my best interest. Lumber mills in a London market, but I don't want to put them in somewhere like London. Putting them here in an inland area. It's already a town. It has a lot of people. Yeah, I think lumber mill is of vital importance here. Give me 9... Well, spend all my money on lumber mills there. Why not? That's as many as we can support. Any RGO should be able to deplete, clearly. Yeah, there's some arguments about just how much you can build up RGOs in this game. Me, I don't care. There's a lot of realism arguments, and realism is almost never something that Paradox is striving for. They're making strategy games here, not realistic simulators. Can't really go out and say that, though. The people who love their realism will have an absolute epileptic fit, so you didn't hear it from me. Realism is a poor argument anyway. Mario shouldn't be around. Nobody can jump that high. The sickness of the queen. I'm not surprised. She is how old now? 57. She's really hanging on. She doesn't want to see the end of the Randy dynasty. But don't worry, the Randy dynasty will live on. It is survived by... Ooh, it shows gender icons when you zoom out enough. It is survived by some people that I'm pretty sure I forced into marriage. God, they just never freaking marry. What is your problem? Right, anyway. The power means... They're happier, but they gain all the power. I would rather give that to the clans, but that's not an option, so power to the people. How good are the pipes? Pretty good. We landed in the lowlands now. We grabbed the county of Holland. It was a bad war, by the way. The Netherlands just for some reason instantly annexed this land. Maybe they were having a civil war. I need to review the footage. And that complicated matters because in came 33,000 Czechs. Really put a dent in my army. But we were able to puff out our chest and scare the Dutch into giving us Amsterdam. And when we come back, we'll be demanding a whole lot more than that. But it's just the toehold that I was interested in. The toehold gives us the casus belli that we can use in the future. Much like how we have this casus belli on France, we'll be using as soon as the time is up. Follow through on threat. Kent. Oh, we can take whatever. It should probably always be on Kent. But I don't... Does anybody know if the target gets a specifically reduced war score cost? Because it looks like it's just a flat 25% cost reduction. And it is. It definitely is a cost reduction, even on taking unrelated land. But in EU4, for example, I'm pretty sure you got a cost reduction on the direct target. There's bound to be someone out there that knows better than I. I think it does, says plain average. But can we trust your thoughts? Target for France in the next war is to take this land, just in case Castile get some funny ideas and take this off of France. If I can take more than that, then... I don't know what I would take. Maybe this land? It's nice and close to areas that I have excellent proximity to capital on already. I mean, holy smokes, that is so good. More proximity in France than in Cornwall. Cornwall is just that bad. And I still can't remove that bleeding Stannery Court over there in Bideford. Ach, well. No, life is good. We're making great money as well. Is France well and truly bested? I have a hard time seeing France being able to bounce back from this. They are rebuilding their armies, credit to them, and they do have the manpower. But, well, actually, with that in mind, they could build it up even more. I should probably ready myself and big up my army a touch. I'll wait until I have maybe 2 grand. Puff out my army a bit more, just so I'm a bit more confident about the oncoming fights with them. But I've got a great advantage in that I have land that I can retreat to, and I have forts that I can jump in and defend. A downside, I suppose, is that the forts aren't in great locations. This is just completely flat land. This is forest, and there might even be a river somewhere. No, maybe I'm imagining things. But whatever, at least I have some forts to kind of defend against. There's a reason it's not called the New Alliance. France are always against me. That freaking guarantee of Scotland. There was an update, actually. France could no longer be called in Scottish Civil War. I'm not sure if that will help for actually declaring independence on Scotland. It just seems really weird that a guarantee could be used to actively call people in like they were in our fight. Right, is there anything else I want to be using my diplomats for? I'm always diplomatically starved. But I can't say that and not also put them to use when the time arrives. You have not finished your coring on Aquitaine. You haven't finished your coring, period. You've already been culturally enriched. I guess I should scootage the remaining mainlanders here. I still don't want them costing me anything in a fight. So we go to actions here. I talk about scootage. We enable on the ones that still remain. You and you. It's not just for not screwing me over in war, it's also for giving me extra money. You have to pay the same diplomatic base cost on having subjects anyway, and they're not insignificant on mine. That said, though, Crivens, that's only 5% of my own base tax, and less if you count down my own population. Subjects OP. You would have thought they'd be reined in. And there's so many bleeding forum posts complaining about how subjects are just impossible to have now. Let them complain, yeah. Yeah, look at how much these subjects are hurting me. Oh no, what will I ever do? Crivens almighty. Yeah, 0.05 from subject base tax. If only somebody had made some kind of spreadsheet with this information, Young. Just think about how empowered we would be. And there we go. How's that for naval control over the Isles? I've also got paved roads, and I haven't been putting them to any use, so my estates have been a bit slow on that. I could maybe consider doing some paved roads around the most important places here, but the money has to go towards the war with France, or should I say the upcoming war with France. I'm not feeling it for that tune. I'm often not feeling it, but I don't want to remove it. I think the biggest thing people are complaining about is how trash subjects are for centralized nations now. Well, fine. Are you expected to be freaking Stalin in the 15th century? I see it as a very transformative thing. Early game, if you want to make the most out of it, yeah, you're going to have to use use subjects to manage your lands, and then you will gradually integrate them, centralize, and then become Stalin. Which is deep down what we all really want to be. If you're going to centralize earlier, then go figure, you're going to have a hard time doing one of the most decentralized thing and giving an entire other nation control over your lands. But that is just an opinion. I like decentralized play, so maybe I'm extremely biased on the point, or maybe I'm just extremely based. Right, happy where this is going. I'd love to be building up more in my nation, but the idea that France are actually starting to rebuild does give me pause for thought. I mean, I could trash that right now, but if even the game is saying I'm a fair bit weaker, maybe I should consider. The real thing to maybe consider is calling Castile into the war. My worry is that Castile might demand this land to themselves. I miss the EU4 ability to see what your allies want. Yeah, you know, having the Castilians die for me sounds like a good thing. They'd also bring up the war score. I'm also terrified of France regaining the most unholy alliance between himself and Bohemia. Is there a way to check his relations, actually? Religions, what's it called? Opinion, perhaps? Phoenix Pinion. Ah, okay. Wait, I don't think this shows what I want to see here. And I think we've been over this before. Bohemia loves us. We hate Bohemia, but I want to see between France and Bohemia. There's got to be something that shows me that, right? Display their diplomatic relations? No, that's not quite right. It shows the color, but the numbers are for you. Yeah, I mean, it shows that the Golden Horde are hated by these guys and they hate each other, but that's not what I'm interested in. I want to know how France and Bohemia feel about each other. Clearly it's very good, so I'm very worried about them getting that alliance back. But the fact that Bohemia has 28 subjects... Yeah, but he has no allies, though. He might still want to go for that French alliance. I'm slightly concerned. Oh well, having issues with a tooltip in EU5. What an unlikely outcome. Even so, war with France is, what, 2 or 3 years away. There it is, 1468, we're in 65. Just take it easy, build up the army a bit more, and then be prepared to curb stomp the French even more. Question about their navy surely comes to mind. They still have a significant number of heavy ships. Well, it would be significant if they weren't dealing with me, but they are dealing with me, so it's not all that much. I said I'd save up the money for the troops, but now that I actually have the workshop... Okay, so the interface for this is complete arse. I've been trying to work it out with my Cyprus game, which I've been doing off-stream. But here's the thing. I already have 27 paper maker guilds. Rather than building paper workshops, I think I'd rather upgrade the ones that I currently have. Even though I think it's the same cost, right? Upgrade for 82 simoleons. Or just build one for 82 simoleons. Why is upgrading not cheaper in some way? Regardless, though, it keeps the number of buildings down, so it stops the inflation that way working. There is no, to my knowledge, upgrade all button. And it becomes very unclear if you're actually upgrading when you keep clicking this. You have to keep an eye on a number over here. Not happy with it, is what I'm getting at. So let's upgrade the existing Londane ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And if I... Well... Ooh, I think they did improve this, actually, marginally. It used to be you could just keep on clicking this, and if you wanted to undo it, it would actually destroy one rather than undoing your upgrades. Is there actually a way to do all of them? Okay, I take it all back. They have improved this. Thank goodness. See, I'll take my existing ones and improve them, even though building new ones is probably better. You can't build the old ones once you've researched the new ones, and I just don't want them clogging up anything. Upgrading gives production efficiency. What? Also, what? What is this? It's insane is what it is. Oh, you started this run with Bohemia Vassal bug was a thing, didn't you? It doesn't look so egregious, does it? But, yeah, they have rather a lot of subjects. This run was started in, what, 1.0.4 or something? Oh, good lord, yeah. It's terrifying, so Blobhemia is still going to be a genuine concern throughout this run. Alright, the burghers feel unduly taxed. No, no, and more no. The burghers do need to know their place. Now watch them build some things I don't want. Yeah, the clergy are building up a spiritual retreat for themselves so they can eat more of my food. Yeah, fry hits. Where is that coming from? Upgrading gives production efficiency. You get production efficiency from having a lot in one place. I'll grant you that much. If that's even going to show here. Yeah, on these ones, for example. The output on this Papermaker Guild does get boosted by there being more of the same in one location. So it's kind of like the scale of production boost in Victoria 3, but not quite so rampant. Still, it's output for nothing, so it is good to focus. The problem is there's still a limit on how many of each kind of building you can have in one place. And I'm not sure it tells you that limit until you reach it. Ach, well. You heard it from Kaladin! Say no more, Fry Hits. I hold nothing against you now. Poor Kaladin, right? He does like three massive lengthy campaigns all focused on building up the economy, and he just keeps coming out with the most wrong takes on how the economy in this game works. Well, maybe he's the one that's all on the right. He thinks it's a good idea to take out loans for investment in your country in this game. And yeah, he might be right. I just don't think with the percentage interest that you get on it, which you have to pay in full, you don't get anything back for paying it early. 32,000 ducats could probably go a long way, though. I won't be tempted. This isn't Vicky. I do agree that taking out some loans to advance your economy could be a great thing in Vicky. But in my opinion, in this game, your money should be put towards largely protecting the state and expanding the state. Economy can come later. There was this post in the forum about how impossible perm was. I think, I forget what the title of the thread was, but it was a post about just how much of a failed state perm was and how you cannot play as them. Unplayable. Something like unplayable by design. So I loaded up perm and just immediately had a good time with them. True enough, they get bodied by a lot of things. They have a high population and low market access and no urbanization. So they have to spend a lot of money in cost of the court because the economic base is so high because of their population. However, their income is almost nothing. It's not even a ducat. I don't think it's even half a ducat. Because they have no control over the garbage lands. And I just loaded up as them and realized that they actually have a massive amount of levies because of that population. You just use those levies to crush the Rus. Swiftly become a duchy, so you can support a lot of subjects, and then you have subjects and have them pay you money. And then use that to build a market so you have market access. And yeah, your state still sucks, but it's playable. There are tools given to you. Put them to use. And then the thread. I made such remarks on the thread, and then it spiraled into a conversation about how unplayable Hawaii is, and I wasn't particularly willing to load up Hawaii and figure that one out. But yeah, my first mistake was engaging with anybody on the Paradox forums. I should really only use that place to log bugs. I'm getting ahead of myself, though. I want to finish off my scootaging. I am struggling greatly to think of an example of when you want to have vassals in your wars after armories become available. Because they're just going to raise their levies, get them killed, you can't orchestrate them, they're terrible at attaching to your armies, it's not happening. It's a non-bow. It's 1425 and I can finally raise 2 boats as Hawaii. Great, congratulations. I haven't loaded up as Hawaii, so I have no idea. Because I was actually considering a perm campaign. I was considering doing a run where you can only have Arctic land. Because Arctic land in this game is so unbelievably awful. Maximum population capacity of a typical Arctic province here of under 30,000. Compare that to some grim Scottish Highland here. Right in the middle of the Grampian Mountains. I have a hard time believing that 2,000 people live here today. Population possible capacity is more than double that of the Arctic crimes up there. Never mind, just take a standard English province down here, and would you look at that? 330,000. But then I thought just how horrible it would be to play this campaign. Like, even if you take a lot of land, there's going to be no control, you're going to have no crown power, you're just going to have an awful failed state. I cannot imagine the appeal of playing a completely isolated native that can't blob before the Europeans arrive. I used to do that in EU3, and the appeal was surviving, thriving, and becoming better than them, because if you play tall in EU3, you're so much stronger than the AI. The game is showering me in prestige, but I don't have the population to become an empire, so it's not really a consideration. Check Iceland, how bad is that? Well, see, Iceland's not too bad because it's got these coastal provinces and coastal boosts population. On the other hand, it's very far from the equator, so that pushes it down. There are a couple of provinces in Iceland that aren't too bad because they count as oceanic. So look at that, you have 120 over in Keflavik, and that's where the ivory is. But yeah, not a very desirable place. I rather desire getting my butt over to the New World, though, but I'm at a loss for the institution of the New World. It's okay, though. I've got a lot of pike and shot to do. Oh, crap. Pike and shot. Do you think France know about pike and shot? Please say the answer is no. They've never even heard of a pike and shot. They don't have the printing press. Well, you're not getting it, France. It is mine and mine alone. It's probably not mine alone. Where's the printing press these days? There we go. Oh, it's in Paris. It's in a whole bunch of the northern German states. Even the Pope boy hasn't got it figured out. New World? Oh, Castile. Come on, don't be like that. Thankfully, it's spreading in my lands as well. Yeah, we figured out pike and shot. Very good. Silly uncivilized France. Well, this is why we put you in a zoo in Dover. How's the French population of Dover? Non-existent. Yeah, this is why I culturally enriched Dover ahead of time, by the way. Wanted to make sure that it would be a no problem to reintegrate into my lands. And I think I'll take Dover on the next war because I want to reintegrate this. It's in too good a position to let a subject hold on to. 2 years till war. Colonize their land and convert. Yeah, that's what the freaking Pope did. Don't know if you saw this at the start, Baron, but for some reason, there's these uncolonized provinces in this update. Oh, there's still a couple over here in the Golden Horde. Oh no, oh no. I don't want to be the naval hegemon. It's such a crappy hegemony. Someday I'll figure out what good things can be done with naval hegemon, but for now, it's just complete arse. If I embargoed France, I wouldn't be able to get the institution off of me, but it comes with its own problems. And what I could probably do is force them to embargo somebody else. But yeah, the hegemony just means I have to pay more cost of court here. Great power and hegemony, 3.5%. And that's not a 3.5% boost. It's more like, let's see, it's 10. It went from 10, 8, 9, 7. Went from like 6.5 up to 10. So it vastly increased cost of the court. Ugh. And this isn't even the max cost. This is quite low because I don't need more legitimacy. But when I do, there's going to be a big cost associated with that. Are there any good effects that just being a hegemon gives? Each of these have unique good effects, and I'd say all of them are good except naval. Such ass, right? Well, what good is this? Maritime support? Yeah, that only affects one area. So I could marginally improve the coast, the harbor capacity of one place. And you can only do one. It's not something multiple cabinet members could do, so that's pretty bad. Force embargo? Forces merchants embargoed of a country against another country. Maybe there's a way this is useful, but I'm not seeing it. Market starvation doesn't seem to be a thing that you can particularly do or do well, so I don't know how I'd put that to use. And then naval damage taken. You're already hegemon, so what do you care about this? Also, hegemon is only based on heavy ships, so I definitely don't care about this. All the other ones are better. I particularly love cultural and diplomatic hegemony. Then I love military, and then I love economic. I don't love economic, but it's better than nothing. Yeah, naval hegemon blows. Do you really need all the Carracks now? You broke France, just scuttle enough. The problem is you need to be in a lot of different places. Once France is actually dead, as in they have no coastline anymore, I will probably drop my navy down to just below the Mamluks. And then I'm going to hope that the Mamluks hold, you know, a bigger navy than 16. I wouldn't be very comfortable with 10 or 15. But yeah, get me out of hegemony world. It also blocks you from getting the hegemony CB on others, because the hegemony CB is obscenely powerful. 75% cost reduction on taking land. I wanted to use it on France, and I somewhat regret not using it on my first war. But I had to hedge my bets. There was every possibility that Bohemia and France together would kick my butt, but the French were on vacation over in Austria, and I wonder if they're still stuck there. That sounds French. Barcelona sounds French enough. St. Claude. Ah, good old Claude. You know, we finally got the Sylph Scope and destroyed Erica. Good job. Never thought he'd be able to cut Erica's bush, but he got there. But yes, scuttling my fleet and getting rid of the naval hegemon is a real genuine consideration. Otherwise, I'm still thinking about that army of mine. What is my army made of anyway? 21 infantry, 32 cavalry. I still prefer cavalry over infantry. The infantry are just there to make up numbers and block damage in a big slog. But cavalry, I just can't get enough. He just can't get enough. One slight problem is the pike and shot would enable so much better stuff, wouldn't it? Maybe I should ignore these two and actually make my way towards... Yeah, you know, book output is great, and I do want that. But I should probably make sure I'm going to win future wars. Army morale, yes. Military tactics, yes. Antagonism reduced, hell yes, but there's a good argument for getting much better units. Halberdiers, Lancers, Light Lancers, the cannons, these are all good. I think I'll go with the Light Lancers and... Oh heck, just get all three. And then I will get back to focusing on my nerdy books and the lumber output as well. I was talking about the struggles of lumber. This UI sucks so unbelievably much. But between this stream and the next stream, I am definitely sorting out the mods again, getting them updated for this new version. Because this is unforgivably bad. Right, cabinet laws. book output, lumber output. I don't particularly care about these workshops. I will in the future, but for now I'm more focused on making my military significantly better. Correct section chance. I don't have an idea if that's good or not, but I want antagonism down. Morale saved me in the battle against Bohemia, so let's believe in it and keep it. Nobody in the history of this game has ever cared about fort limit. Houses of Parliament and such are good. Battlefield laws are good. Reinforcement speed is whatever. The dry dock is really nice. That's going to improve my harbour capacity. Sailors is not much of a consideration anymore. But yeah, just unlocking some new laws all sounds rather good. And the Age of Discovery is going to go on for a long time, actually. So there's a lot more research that can be done. So Lazarotto. Disease resistance. Doesn't seem all that relevant now, does it? And I still want New World stuff, so maybe by the time I'm done with that, I can get the New World and start working my way over to, the New World. Dang, England just won the 100 Years' War in my game. The patch is whack. Wow. What do England even get out of winning the 100 Years' War? Do they force a personal union on France? Because that's suddenly terrifying. Now, if you want to fight against them, you have to fight against France that has the Navy of England. And now that the AI isn't too terrible at navally invading, I mean, we saw Holland land on me. Well, that could be cause for concern. I don't want to be concerned. Oh, that's right, I was going to add some forces to you. Get me some more heavy cav, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good enough. We had an issue last time that all of the dead soldiers were coming out of Landstein. I didn't check to see where our casualties came from. And perhaps I'll never know. We're throwing him a party, and then he can get to work, except I can't tell him to marry. My queen just refuses to die. She does not want to see the end of the Randy dynasty. Orkney have once again got to cast a spell on me. They craft so many CBs on me. And I think I can see why. This is a core of Orkney, and it's notably not a core of mine. But they're not getting it. Someday I will have Orkney. There'll be a day where I finally fight the Norwegians, I'm sure. But I want Orkney to be my subject. I don't want the land. It's almost ungovernable. Wait, is that even true? Orkney is surprisingly a very, very good harbour capacity area. So I'd actually have very good control over Orkney. Shetlands I don't give two shits about, but Orkney, Yeah, you know what? Screw it. Yeah, I take Orkney. They keep the rest of this. I don't even care about the rest of the province, do I? Yeah, Shetland still has population. But the idea of owning the highly urbanized Orkney appeals to me greatly. It's almost got as many people as real Orkney does today. Orkney is the best port of Scotland. Oh god, is that true? Glasgow's got slightly better. Yeah, Glasgow has 0.05 better. Edinburgh does not. Poor old Aberdeen's got 0.6. Did they actually improve these? I feel like the ports in the UK have been significantly improved. Let's look at the natural harbour. I mean, for one, I'm quite sure that Dublin had nothing going on. Yeah, I remember Dublin having 0 natural harbour capacity, which is why I was disappointed taking it. But the UK looks a lot more green than before. What the heck? I even remember commenting on Aberdeen not having any of it and being like, I went down to Aberdeen docks. Are you telling me they had none of that before? Yeah, okay, wow. Some very pro-British development going on here. Pro-Irish as well. Alright, happy days. I surely would have noticed the insane Orkney natural harbour as well in the past, but whatever, it works for me. Boosts my control over the Isles. And I gotta say, control is looking good. Just not in the inland areas, which is why I'm not in a hurry to integrate any of this, but I would like to integrate Wales when the opportunity arrives. But yeah, it's Pale, Connaught, Wales, and then we carry on. Glasgow's even better as a capital for Scotland now. Orkney was always good. Yeah, Glasgow, its proximity to Ireland and just superior position in Scotland makes it great. Until you start taking the heartland of England, it's the better place, but it's so difficult to argue with London, Portsmouth, or maybe even Bristol. Bristol could be seen as better than London with regards to direct control of Ireland. Trouble is that Bristol doesn't have the farmland, so it doesn't make such a great capital. But yeah, positionally good for this, but London just enables so much of this. And I like having that enabled. Okay, yet another dead cabinet member to replace at extreme cost to the treasury. Viscount. My own heir, but the heir will take command and then I'll have to replace him again, so he's not a great choice. Which is a shame, because he's kind of young and useful. I like young and useful. Alright, let's hope that Discount Angus here can handle things. Remember, these integrations need to be done, and they're still... What's with the date thing going on? We saw that in the capital as well. Game's having a fit. Still, we're making good headway on integrating Northern France. We make our headway, we start integrating, and I have a dream. Now that we are a great power, we can very realistically consider being a cultural hegemon. Oh yeah, printer shop is here. That's another whole load of building that I want to do. The problem is I can't really afford it right now. Tell me about the books. My existing scriptorums, I don't have many of them, but I want to upgrade them. I mean, some of them are in pretty awful locations, right? Do I really want to improve the ones down here? Their market access will still be good, and it kind of checks it off the list. But this cost is quite high. It's not bad at all, right? These people, they go to London. You don't for whatever reason. And the market access is still the 75% or so. Yeah, that is quite excellent. The control will get a lot better once I have the core here. And of course the satisfaction from a culturally enriched population. But yeah, satisfying. Cultural hegemon of the Gales is actually disgusting. The problem here is that Great Yuan is a very powerful dynasty. Does that mean that Yuan hasn't broken apart? I know he's pretty good at clinging on. How are we on this list anyway? Mori 814 needs 1027. If I started building theaters, we'd be right up there. Couple more coming of ages. But I still can't marry off any of them. What's the point in having all these kids? Not that our ruler had many kids. Right, so there's no more scootage to be done. There is the consideration of enforcing culture on any new targets. But that requires them to actually have integrated their lands, which you have. Alright, well, you know what's coming for you then, Aquitaine. Boom. Now, they'll hate me for it, but that's okay. That reduces the amount that they're willing to spend, or that they're willing to pay me as their subject. But that's life. There's 1, 2, 3. Who's the fourth convert culture target? Ah, yes, you. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't want to do you, and you probably don't have your cores just yet. Yeah, not quite yet. About 2/3 of the way through. Don't want to do you until you have your last province over there. And, well, given that we see that they do maintain their cores... Oh, wait a minute. Brittany lost a bunch of cores. Oh, I hope this doesn't backfire. How did Brittany lose these cores then? I suspect that Brittany stopped accepting Breton because they had Gallo as their main culture, or Galo. Yeah, that'll be it. Okay, that's a little dangerous, but they'll probably keep their Galo cores because it's still an accepted culture. That's what I'll choose to believe right now. Do the roads make land focus obsolete? Oh, heavens no. Land focus is still good. If it weren't for the events and, you know, having good navy, I'd still say land is better. Huzzah. Proximity cost through land is still minus 10%. So unless you're very reliant on a navy for having good control, and I absolutely am, the Proximity cost through maritime is a flat one, so it reduces it from at best 5 down to 4, which is quite nice, and maritime presence is important. Even so, land is really good. The RGO size is a nice boost as well, and it's difficult to trade through land and very easy to trade through sea, so the bonus isn't a big deal either. Your land versus sea thing will sort itself out, basically. Has the new patch messed with your vassal culture fix? Not as far as I'm aware. Blockade efficiency, oh wow. That's a very old event, and it talks about making money off of blockades, but in this game, blockades don't make money. We can check in on our Welsh friends, for example. And they are not converting culture here. Who else is limping along on culture conversion? I mean, Brittany's doing culture conversion. One of these losers is doing culture conversion. Yeah, here we go. The Renays are doing it. Time will tell if the Aquitaine end up doing it. But the AI is messed up for cabinet actions in general. They essentially don't have an AI. A lot of cabinet actions don't have anything to stop them from finishing it off. What the heck is this? Why are your levies still raised? Oh, right, we're in this war, and you would have been called into the war. Yeah, okay, they weren't set on scutage, so they're kind of sitting around. At my defense, if Aragon ever decides to invade our land, they will be swept down by a bunch of English now Gaelic levies, but I think we'll be okay. Yeah, see, Brittany will forgive me about this this whole thing before too long. And I should probably consider the integrations that I want to do already. I mean, you're already doing a great job of converting your land. So I'm already going to look into improved relations with you, so that I'm ready to integrate you in due time. Otherwise, I gotta say, these people really love me. Oh, of course, the French ones never knew about my integration of subjects back here, so they don't have that terrifying malice of annexing other subjects. Thank goodness that caps out at 100. Imagine if it didn't. Blue face painted former English in skirts protecting the home isles. Brings tears to one's eyes. Pale is taking longer to integrate. Are they... Right, I think the Pale have integrated some of their subjects in a desperate attempt to survive longer against me. I'm not going to keep seizing their land like I was doing in previous episodes, because that no longer gives a core. It doesn't even give integration, it just gives the conquered malice. So, you know, good while we had it, but from now on we just have to wait on the rest of the integration. 15 years now of the Pale. And then Connaught will probably be mine within 10 years or fewer. Then I'll have Ireland and all will be well. And I will check and see how my control over Ireland is before I decide what happens with them. A donation to the Pope? I think not. Yeah, screw the Pope and everything he stands for. These indulgences are getting out of hand. Also, you know, I'd give it to you if you gave me back Wales. Aberystwyth belongs to the Welsh. Well, it might speed up the integration of Wales if nothing else. Yeah, get those printer shops down. Well, the printer shops should make good money since books are heavily in demand, and I do like having a good, strong local market. There's a temptation to also eat a bit of Flanders, you know, just take Flanders directly. I would like to destroy the Bruges market, but destroying markets is expensive. Yeah, wow, look at that. 40 stability and 20 prestige to destroy a market. And yeah, I would want Bruges down. I think I'd wait, though. I'd wait until I actually owned the Netherlands, then I'd destroy Bruges. Oh, this is actually useful. I'm no longer a hegemon. That'll save some money. I don't want to be the naval hegemon. Keep me out of the great power list. I thought you liked small markets. Yes, I do. But London has such good connection to this that it should just become part of London, make me a bigger, stronger market. The core thing is that market access is what I'm getting at, and small markets are good for better market access. For example, the 62% market access that we have down in Truro is already a bit... I don't like tolerating below 60%. And you start going up north in the Londane market, suddenly it switches over to the Edinburgh market, which is fine. Another issue is that, for some reason, water is terrible for market access. So from all the way up at the top here, they jump into the water and they jump out into Banff, through Inverurie, through to Aberdeen, then into the water again to get to Edinburgh. It's madness, absolute madness. Take a bleeding boat. What about around here? Onto the water and then across the land instead of sailing around. Can we see some more absolute retardation down here? You see some funny things around here, I believe. Yeah, here we go. So how would you think you get from Kilkis over to Constantinopolis? You'd think maybe go to the closest sea zone and sail over. Well, they start good. They go into the water. And then they go to this province, to this location. Then into the water. Then onto land again. To another piece of land. Then into the water. Just freaking sail over. And that's only going to get worse because roads got made better for market access. For some reason in this game, water is awful for market access. And your, what's it called again? Maritime presence is not a factor. Absolute bonkers. Right, all that aside, who's even wanting royal marriages here? Your prince wants to marry, who the heck is that? My own granddaughter. Please spare me the women. I'm just getting showered in women in this game. And it's a little bit of a concern marrying you off, considering that if our grandson kicks the bucket... Oh my god, stop having women. This is why we should have more harems in this world. I should have switched to... Sunni yet again. Does market access affect RGO output? No. But market access affects the profit made on those RGO outputs. So in Thuro... I'm still going to produce 8 times 1.2 units of copper, and that copper will still go into the London market, but I'm only going to make 62% of that money. If you check the London market, which of course we can, and we look for the copper, we can see that Thuro is bringing in all of that copper. But yeah, the local money made off of it is reduced. And then it's reduced further by control. But we still make decent taxes off of it. If the market access is 0, yeah, the market still gets all those goods, but you will make 0 money off of it. I think the implication is that you're spending all your money getting the goods to market and having your traders come back. But there's good news. If market access is low, it's very, very cheap to make your own local market. And I believe if it's really low, like below 25%, you can even build a market in a rural province. Anyway, I still don't think I want this offer, but I do want my granddaughter marrying somebody of note. She's a woman, so actually I'm going to take this opportunity to maybe mix my way back into the Randy dynasty. So let's have you marry some kind of Randolph. There are no Randys. Damn it all. What if I marry this commoner? Oh, well, it doesn't matter. He's 59. He probably won't get it up anymore. Oh, man, my poor dying dynasty. Can't believe there's no Randys for you to marry. I thought I specifically... No, I think I married them off already is the problem. I hate this matchmaking. I really don't want this to be part of the game. Anyway, Mr. Roderick of Poole. No, you're English. I need to find a good... Highland man. Can I not check by culture? 46 is a bit long in the tooth. Alright, good Highland man, good enough. He's of the Lorcan dynasty. Alright, get on there. Get in my granddaughter. We're desperate people. Wait until the queen dies. No, I want them reproducing. Oh, maybe the point is that for some reason it will consider it a dynasty that I can marry into? God knows. And this queen seems very venerable. She refuses to die. A 46-year-old Highlander isn't that long in the tooth. They got no teeth. I think that's a bit of projection, right? I think the heroin-addled tooth loss is a lot more a symptom of the Glass Chew people than it is up here. The projections we have to put up with. Alright, 1 year until war. The estates are nice and happy, and I'm happy at the thought of crushing France. Hopefully Castile finally finishes off their war with Aragon so that I can call them in here. But yeah, 1st of July next year, the hammer comes down on France. Should I perhaps be a little bit more ready for that? Get my troops in position? I can just send some levies to grab Dover, but isn't part of the problem that France actually has their army in Dover? Another part of the problem is here's the French Navy. Wait, is that really a problem? They're just sitting there asking to die. I love it when they ask to die. Let's unmothball the fleet so we're good and ready for it. Yeah, I can just snipe the French fleet. I can't see into Dover. Or is it empty? Hold on. Dover is flat land and grassland, so I think I can see into it and tell that there's nobody there. Excellent to know. Dare I start annexing anybody? And I could start on Connaught. The game thinks it'll take 20 years. I don't like the sound of that. No, no more annexation until Pale is done. I don't want to slow down Pale any more than it's already slowed down. Alright, you go and make yourself a cup of tea. By the time it's ready, surely it'll be war with France time. Although in the meantime, I keep eyeing up the Pope. How dare he take Wales from me? He didn't take a province of any note, did he? I know it has silver, but I don't care much about that. How the Pope boy is even getting any value out of this, I have no idea. Oh, he's stationed an army there to get control. That's quite funny. Wait, hang on. Gain progress towards an institution and get a higher demand for goods, or lose estate satisfaction. Please tell me how any of this is bad. Because naval supplies are a difficult good to get a good price for. Cannons are easy to get a good price for, but I think we already make some of that. Demand is good. Demand is great. If demand is through the roof and you can't keep up, that just means more profit for you. Oh, your people are unhappy because they don't have all their goods. Who cares? I certainly do not. Are all the English wearing skirts now? Just about all of them. They've been chased down to just Wales. And once I'm done with the Irish, I'll be integrating the last of the English, or the last of Wales. And then maybe by that time, I'll be a hegemon for culture at least, and then I can do all of Wales in one go. Otherwise, the rest of the English are just reduced to petting zoos. Surprising number of them in London. I keep getting rid of them, and they keep coming back. But yeah, here and there, we've got anything between 10 and below 50% Englishmen. What are your tax levels? Never high enough. 43% on the commoners, 30% on the burghers, and just a negligible amount on the nobles. I don't tax the clergy, and I certainly don't tax my clans. For one, they'd give me no money. For two, the happier they are, the better my boosts out of them are. Oh, nice. I can mint a little bit more. But yeah, fiscally I'm quite happy, but I could always be happier. I shouldn't need to pay my army anytime soon, but yeah, I think I can just leave a levy to take care of Dover, so my army should probably go over and jump on Paris, as we like to do. Better double check how the French army is looking, right? There's every chance they've actually bulked up. 4, 5, 6, 7,000. You know, if they bring that and their levies, I might be in for a hard time. So I do want Castile involved in this war. If nothing else, just to distract some French. Because the French still get a lot of boosts to their levies through various things. Am I concerned enough? Yeah, I am, actually. Suffer not the Frenchmen. Let's believe in the power of heavy cavalry and get 6 more of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And what else do I actually care about here? 21 is a weird number for men-at-arms, right? But men-at-arms are just not as good as cavalry, right? That said, there are more of them. They can survive a slog a bit better. 8 more regular cavalry, I reckon. There is the idea of getting some hoplars, but they are outclassed now, aren't they? 1, 2, 3... Oh, buy money. Yeah, your problem is lack of max tax. If only I had more serfdom, I could tax the heck out of them. But unfortunately, we've gone free subjects here. Not all bad. You get some nice events with free subjects, but yeah, I'd rather be able to max tax them. The prosperity's not that bad, actually. Prosperity took a big blow, and now free subjects has become a very nice source of prosperity. So I think in the super long term, it's better, because that drives population growth. But I mean, come on, the serfs belong in the mud. Can we upgrade our cannons so they're not so nice to the Hofs anymore? No. We haven't researched the better cannons yet. I gave him a pass. I don't even want the cannons for... Was that called Ba-Heed? No, close. The Ba-Artillery Heed. Ba-Heed would be a great one. Yeah, I didn't bother with the research. I just want the cannons for sieging. And they don't get too attritioned in France for the siege, so I'm not too worried about it. Everyone comes around on serfdom. I mean, serfdom's already pretty good. It's the fact that you can get access to that god tier universal serfdom. Peasant power, crushed. Crown power, significant boost. Even more serfdom. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? And then when you go for so much serfdom, what do you enjoy? More max taxing on them and more RGOs. Food is largely irrelevant, of course. I know it's unrelated to the... Oh, wow. This is a great question, and it has nothing to do with Europa Universalis, but I'm more than happy to answer it. So Nomad is asking, it's unrelated to the stream, but what happened to the VODs 9 and 10 on the YouTube Factorio 100% Death World? Well, there is another person doing Factorio 100% Death World. He's a very, very big-brained man from Tokyo University. I know the guy. I met him when I was in Japan. He's our very own Alpha Gemo. And he has been staying up, having sleepless nights, reviewing my run of Death World Factorio 100% to prepare for his own part. Well, it's coming right down to the wire. He only has about 6 or 7 hours left, and he's only just gotten to Aquilo. So I decided what I would do is I would temporarily make my videos about my part when I was in Aquilo private. So we just see how the little rat scurries around when he doesn't have some review material. Don't worry, they'll be live once he's done his run, so it'll be back in about a week or so. But I highly recommend you follow Alpha Gemo, spelt as you imagine it, to see how he handles the final hours of Death World 100%. Anyway, cheers for the interest. I'm very, very proud of that run. There was a lot on the line there, and it was such constant pressure. And hearing that man succumb to the pressures as well is giving me jollies that are difficult to put to words. Says the guy cheating on Nancy Drew. Hey, the others could make those as private as they want. Oh, wait, they gave the VODs to me. Never trust anybody. Ah, Christ, I don't want to be hegemon. I don't want to be a great power. It just costs money. I mean, fair play for it costing money, but I still don't want it. Right. Unfortunately, this is going to ruin my front, so we're going to have to resort this out, but whatever. Get our buttocks over to Calais et al. I do not trust the game whatsoever for automatic transport of your armies. I don't trust that it won't transport them at the turn of the month. I don't trust that it'll actually keep them together. I don't trust that it'll be done in time. I have trust issues is what I'm getting at. I'll keep you over here, though. Easy to jump on the fleet. You guys get back together. Get yourself positioned for the jump on Calais. Where's the food? Oh, you've got mega food surplus, so stand there and be ready to attack Calais. Also, they're urbanizing. Very good. Urbanizing in the place I want them as well. Remember to sort the front. Okay, tell you what, we'll automatically sort it for now, but I will I will balance it manually as we get towards war. Yeah, transports always bork them. If I could just, like, have a favorite sorted, or if it could just be smarter, don't put my freaking cannons on the front line. Stop putting my supply wagons on the front line. Honestly, I just want cavalry mixed with a little bit of infantry on all of my lines, because the cavalry gets in there first, and oh, wow. That was a very, very well-timed bit of research right before the French War. Good large chunk of morale. I won't get the military tactics in time. Will France get a Bohemian alliance in time? That's my biggest concern. They're currently improving relations with the freaking Mamluks, Naples, and Auvergne. Ah, Laverne. Best character in Day of the Tentacle or best character in Day of the Tentacle? Impossible choice. Yeah, it's infuriating. Cannons die and then they don't take the forts. Yeah, it's madness is what it is. Like I said, it's very, very clunky. Alright, so another coming of age. And if there are no Randys for you to marry, and there don't appear to be, I think I'll hold on to this daughter, though. We'll see how she does. Maybe I'll be able to find a Randy for her once the dynasty changes. If nothing else, it's a lass that I might want to grant cabinet right to boost my struggling crown power. And crown power is going to struggle on succession, because I'm not going to have many crown members to draw upon for, well, anything, really. What is this balancing? 0, 29, and 1 with 125 ships in reserve. Why? It's been 10 patches and we have no auto formation button. It's criminal. Castile will not be called into this war, and France and Castile are taking forever over Aragon. My dream is, well, what will probably happen is I declare war on France. France will want to peace out with Aragon quickly. That lets Castile grab the occupations. Castile pisses out, and then I can get involved. Such is the dream. I should make sure that I don't have any subjects coming in on my side. Not a sausage. The transports are automatically moved to reserve. Yes. Now, please tell me, how many transports are in this fleet? Is it 155? Or is it not 155? It's not a single transport there. The transports are all here with the heavies. Because I don't want to just lose those. The light ships can fight back, and it's such a large swarm that no AI navy is probably going to pick a fight with them. But the heavies are there to take care of my transports so that I don't accidentally lose my entire army. I've done it in a Paradox game before. Where's my do not engage command, right? Is there some kind of bug in the code makes it so your kids' gender isn't 50-50? There have been some beliefs of that, but you'd have to decompile the game to find out. Or you'd have to kindly ask someone at Paradox to investigate, but I don't have contacts on the EU team. Yeah, I could actually raise my levy, but I can't declare war when levies are raised, so... Why is this not something I can even select, by the way? You must select a war goal. Okay, but I can. Very good. April, May, June, July, 3 months, war. You'd think it would be the easiest war with France yet, given the damage I've done to them, but this could be the hardest war with France yet, considering they've actually managed to drum up their army a bit. By all rights, I should be able to crush them, but... how much do we trust that? I'll try and make the war target Derby again. Derby? Dover. Christ, no. French aren't getting Derby. Spoiler alert for YouTube, it was not the hardest war with France. I can even see their armies down here, right? Does that include their regulars? Sure doesn't look like it. Actually, that's the weirdest thing, right? You can actually see where their army is. The game gives you a lot of information. So I know that their second army is in whatever this province is. Okay, down on the Catalonian border. And then the other army is in St. Claude. So it'll take them a while to come up to Paris or Ile-de-France. But yeah, I'm poised and ready for this. A coming of age. Who even are you? You're my second cousin. Alright, well, get to work. Yet another parliament tempting me to spend all of my money, but I rather think not. There's no census here. In fact, all of these are pretty bad, aren't they? Support the state is an interesting one, because you can use that boost of crown power to revoke some privileges slightly cheaper. And I have been considering pulling another thing from the burgers. I would never want to lose production efficiency. That's just free output. I wonder about this one, though. I mean, is the 5% tax on the burgers worth the 10% you get here? The fact that it's only 25 makes me think it's worth keeping around. And that prosperity is pretty huge. There's the problem, like the burger estate, the burger privileges are generally all so damn good that revoking any of them is a difficult thing to do. I could maybe consider getting rid of that. Trade capacity is good and capital economy is something that I want. I could actually get rid of the building rights. It's not a lot to pull away from them, but the building cost is largely irrelevant, and I don't actually want plutocracy much. You know what the hell, they can keep those 6. If they get out of hand, then that's just a sign that I need to become stronger myself. This all seems quite useless. The hunting thing is, oh great, ivory, wild game and fur. How much of that do we have in Scotland? Wild game is one of the worst trade goods in the game, so I don't care much about that. Do you have the dev one? I actually pulled the dev one. It gives 0.001 development, just was not worth the 50% power they got, so... I mostly wanted it for innovative, so I was glad to have it, but now that I have good innovation, I think I'm alright. Is it even that good? It was good enough to get printing press, yeah. Yeah, let's not get greedy about that. I don't know, none of these parliament things seem particularly worth my time, so I guess I just take the trade efficiency. Although, you know, supporting the state... can get all this stuff for a dying queen. Why did doing that actually hurt my gold? I like humanism. Give me that. Do I like monasteries? Not really. Alright. Have that, so I'm pretty sure that the Parliament will go through without me having to baby it. Oh, look at that, Parliament in session, plus 2 and a bit. Oh god, that increases the cost of getting my legitimacy back. Ouch. Painful stuff. Yeah, well, it'll be back in no time, and actually I can stop paying for stability altogether, I rather say. Save that money. You don't need 60 or so. You just need stability not to be negative. And maybe have a little bit of a leeway so you can take a bad event or pull a privilege or do something like that. Otherwise, though, it's been a long time thing on Paradox games, right? That, oh, crap. It was July before I even noticed it. It's okay, though. They were the only member of the coalition. Right, let's follow through on the... following through on threat is the same as claim province, right? So we'll just do it for taking Kent. That way it's very easy to start amassing the war score. Yeah, and France will be done in. Doesn't force me to take any of this stuff either. Yoink. Now, oh, I probably should have considered my leadership. Oh, wow, I had the wrong person in charge of this for a while. I should have put a crown member in charge. Doesn't matter, get over there. Also, I need to sort your formation. Stop putting cannons on my front row. Cannons on front row, cannons on front row, cannons on front row. Cannon, canonized. And otherwise, just grab some horses and put them where I need them. Horsey, Cedra, horsey. And then, what's that, 2 more in the left flank. Alright, very good. That should be able to take Paris, no problem. I will swiftly raise a levy. You'll do. You'll march on Dover. I mean, there's no way that France's levy in Dover is going to be enough to handle this. Also, young Magnus Randy. Annihilate the French fleet. You'll learn a lot from doing this. Otherwise, we're going to go and torch most of the French navy and then put them under blockade. I'm also going to have to destroy the Flanders navy. Fine by me. Yeah, for some reason, a transport ship decided to go into the fray. They might struggle for it, but at the same time, how are they going to stand up to this? I rather reckon not very well. Francois de Valois himself, the ruler of France, is on that boat. I haven't seen any generals or rulers die in combat. I know that's more of a Crusader Kings thing, but it would be nice to see around here as well. Oh, well, being the hegemon has to count for something. Get out of here. It says not a single French boat died. And sure enough, it looks like they all ran away. No war score at all. No war exhaustion at all. Are they fleeing to Dover? I think they are fleeing to Dover. Oh well, all the more reason to march on Dover then. Although, downside for me is they're going to get repaired in Dover. So go and chase them out on the double, please. Paris being sieged must be routine. Well, there's still... Oh, hang on. They decided... No, they didn't like being in Dover. They wanted to leave Dover. Piecemeal. Very piecemeal. What? There's some very, very strange AI with regards to how they move their navy. So they decided to take their boats here, divide them up. It's still showing 21, by the way. What the heck? What the heck? Wait, why are there still 21 of them? And I think I'm stealing all their boats again. Do boats count as prisoners? Look at these hulks. I did not start with hulks. Do I even have those galleys that I stole last time? I think I do. Yeah, I never thought about purging those galleys, but maybe I should have. Oh, not this patch, right? They were bricked previously. Right, so Castile will not join this war. Because they're already at war. Also, they love France, and their levies are unavailable. So getting Castile in might be a pipe dream. Which is all the more reason that I need to make sure that I take land that Castile could take off of France, so I don't need to deal with Castile later on. Just block Castile off. That's a dream at least, and that is why I struck when I struck. Don't let a coalition grow. For some reason, banks just love to coalition. I got a breach on Paris already. I'm not willing to storm that one. Doesn't seem worth my soldiers' lives. Yeah, the other bank, the Bank of Peruzzi. They're joining in because they have buildings here. Buildings which I could destroy. I could take care of the contour. They would hate me for that. I could even destroy their trade offices. I don't think that's... Well, actually, that takes up valuable building slots here. Yeah, maybe I should torch them. The thing is, trade is good for me, even if it's not my trade. They can bring goods in, and they can bring goods out. Even so, I don't like the fact that they use up so much of my building capacity. But we hate each other, so I can always just get rid of it in due time. How do you even fight a bank with another bank? Now, truthfully, I don't know or understand. Right, they've been forced out. There's no good reason for me to hang around in Dover that I can think of, so let's just put these guys back to work. That'll get me the ticking war score on Dover, and I need to keep an eye and make sure that we don't get invaded. It happened last time because I was lax on paying attention to the boats around me. I mean, for example, what's going on here? A bunch of transports led by Flanders. Where are you even running to? You're running away one province where I can just annihilate you. Okay. Wait, annihilate? Now he's running away even more. Some weird stuff going on, I'm telling you. Still 35 boats, many of them Flanders boats. And there's still a few heavies owned by France, which I certainly want to be dealing with. Yeah, but there we go. I knew there'd be a French army, and there it is. That's why we kept these forts around. They run into the forts. I run into the fort. I kill them in the fort, and then I take more forts. Because I bring artillery, and I have naval superiority. They have a hard time, even though they bring some cannons. They don't have blockade, so they can't advance the siege. Well, they can't advance it very well. Oh, right, I almost forgot about you. I don't think the 24 people of Ormond is a consideration for me. But the way Flanders is kind of circumnavigating my island is maybe a concern. I don't know what he's up to, but I know I don't like it. I think what's happening is France is trying to pull the naval levy. It's been ordered to join the main fleet, but since it's hiding in Dover, the brilliant AI is just sending those levies into your fleet. You'd think the AI wouldn't work like that. They wouldn't have the logic of, oh, I need to join the main army. It's not like they have to use those commands the way the human does. But I'm applying maybe a bit too much logic to the situation. I mean, look, there's Flanders going for it. And that does look a lot like a bunch of naval levies wanting to join this fleet right here. What a mystery. Okay, well, this is no mystery. It's a whole lot of French people that need to die. I'm certainly working on Paris, and I will certainly add more units to Paris. E.G. Williker, would you stop? Oh, no, they will not stop. All right, taking Paris and being able to hoover up these units would be a godsend. And we did get Paris. Also, you might have noticed that we grabbed a few things while we were in there. We took the Scepter of Mont de Marsan, the Crown of Constance, a Lifeless Grace, the Radiant View, Love or World, and Astonishing Lady. Riddle me this, why would I pay a huge amount of money for crappy artists, and they are unbelievably crappy? 1 skill, 4 skill, 5 skill. Okay, this guy's got 70. But why pay all that money for art that does almost nothing when you can just steal it? Oh man, a masterpiece regalia. And don't get me wrong, it does do almost nothing. It's a cool but underbaked feature. Yeah, here we go, the crown. What does it do for us? Not much. Not much at all. But yeah, just steal your artwork. Don't even bother. Don't even bother making it yourself. Alright, let's go and carve up these units whilst they are disunited. And then another bank joins the glorious coalition against me. It's not glorious. Alright, yeah, try and hoover these guys up. My problem is if they get all of their regulars together, I'm in for a bad time. These are their regulars together. Am I willing to take that fight before this fight? I think so. But first and foremost, let's just annihilate these poor levy buggers. Hey, you know what? The fact that buying these additional prisoners isn't too expensive anymore does make it a little bit tempting. It might have just have been that the tooltip was always foobar. Oh, but then again, it's lousy cannons. Screw cannons. Gonna go to Co. I'm gonna get 1 recharge of units, and I'm gonna murder these guys. Oh my god, there are a lot of them. There are a hell of a lot of them. And as I said, Castile seems unwilling to join this fight because he's busy in his own bleeding war. Yeah, maybe in time he'll see the funny side and join my war. But yeah, I'm gonna lack the freedom to engage this fight on my own terms, I think, given that there are so many of them. I'm gonna spend all my time mopping up armies. Alright, get your morale back, get your units back, and go on the rampage. I don't need support in Parliament. Parliament is looking good. I could get something extra out of Parliament if I push this, but what would I even want? There are probably some law changes that have been changed, or some laws that are much better to change out now. For example, I used to love having internment court, but the proximity cost to land, which was previously minus 10%, is now only minus 2.5%, so it's kind of garbage. I'd rather have balanced court. Legislative efficiency affects your aggressive expansion. Or antagonism, rather. Either way, screw everybody, especially the French. This could be a pretty bad fight. The game says it'll be good, but that's a lot of French. And these days, the AI does reinforce fights. So let's see if they're going to reinforce this one. Well, they're not dropping that siege fort, which is probably a good sign. I count as a defender, but my flank is actually outdone by theirs, which is a bad bloody sign. I'm also taking more losses than them, which is a very, very bad sign. Egads, those French have learned how to fight. Just in time to hear about Angus dying. Yeah, like I said, reinforcements on their side. Not good for me to see, but I am of the belief that eventually we cleave through their regulars and make way to their squishy levy innards. Okay, whew. Just no war score from battles in this version. It's painful. Right, it's just crummy little levies over there. On the other hand, maybe I should go and take care of you first. Oh god, they're everywhere, right? Yeah, their sheer numbers could end up being a big problem for me in this war. I have a lot of manpower, but I don't have infinite manpower. Let's do what we can. I need to make sure to get my monthly ticks of reinforcement, though. That's quite important. Dead auxiliaries and dead cannons. Yeah, I wonder how that happened, huh? Look at all those dead cannons. I really can't be bothered sorting them out. We're just going to have to rely on the auto-balancer. Alright, more Flemish navies wanting to die. Oh, it's up to them if they just want to go and get themselves killed. I'm marginally concerned about being invaded, though, so I'm keeping a lazy eye on the Isles. Yeah, oh my god, please. Please stop. Right, do I think I can have these guys dead in time? Yeah, I don't think they're going to last that long. Just march on in there. They just keep throwing the navies at me. It's fine, it gives me war score, but please stop. Hammered. Hammered and running away. But there are so many French. I think I'll corner these guys, wait until my own numbers come back. Hammer them, and then hammer the other ones. Alright, let's get some benefits from our mercs. Yeah, starting to think I really should have bulked up my army even more for this, but there's also the consideration about the manpower. My manpower is going to be suffering from this fight, and I actually think France can handle the manpower situation better than me. Well, maybe. The thing is, he could probably trounce some fights better than I. And I have to still cleave through his levies. They're not completely made of paper. What's the number of my units supposed to be? The problem is some of them get completely wiped, but oh well. Oh, wait, why is Aragon separately suing me for peace? Oh, I'm involved in his war, aren't I? Well, he's not willing to give me anything because I have no war score, but I'm still going to stay in this and be by my beloved ally Castile's side, so that maybe he can join me in this fight, because I'm starting to think I could do with some Castilian support. Come on, Castile, finish your own war and get involved in mine. He loves France, though. That's going to be a problem. How can this be? Yeah, the AI's tactic has become overwhelm me with pop-ups. Gonna take one more tick here. The burgers are costing me a loss of prestige. Hello! Actual strategy here, distracting me with pop-ups so that I don't take care of this. Flemish Navy engages, Flemish Navy dies. Are you actually going to get over there? Come on, yeah, you'll sink them before they become an issue. There are a chuffing lot of them, sire. Yeah, just when you think France's back is broken, He pulls the infinite levies out of his rear end. But the more of them I kill, the fewer he can raise up, and the more dead French people there are, the fewer people I have to hand over all the kilts and haggis to. Almost looks like he's taking refuge in my province. You're not allowed to dock there. Get out. Kind of wishing I'd stuck a fort over on Tarkville so he... Oi! How was he even able to evade that? Maybe he actually started running away before I even got there. Hard to say. Alright, Benedict, live up to your golden name and kick some ass. I would also like to make sure that Paris is safe, so go and take that and then leg it back to Paris. I don't think I care that much about the one province that we have over here. Okay, there we go. Ruin their... Again, he just ran over here. He didn't actually lose. How does he keep doing this? In fact, how did he get there? I'm all but certain I would have gotten there in time to stop him from landing on me, but oh well. Are those regulars? No. Cheating bastard AI. Wait, that's naval levy. I thought something looked weird about that levy raising. There we go and eradicate them. Yeah, I mean, I'm hosing these guys, but it's still costing me men. And I think France can sustain these losses better than I can. So I'm quite worried about the outcome of this war, honestly. Go and take them on, and then work your way through our own wonderfully safe lands. Yeah, my biggest concern is that France combines his regulars with his levies, and then suddenly I have a very, very bad fight on my hands. I'm playing the new version. By the way, I wonder if my Twitch dashboard is going to work yet. Okay, good, it's been fixed. Completely broke on me earlier. That fell... Wait, didn't it say 2 places just fell there? That's not a problem. It's not fortified, so who cares? We might actually care. Yeah, look at that. It's worth a lot more than my... Oh, wow. Those 2 places are worth more than the occupation of Paris. Crazy. It's okay. I mean, I got a plenty of war in me here. And the more damage I do to France, the happier I am. The problem is when I do damage to his subjects, I don't care so much about that. And what the heck do you mean I'm under blockade? Who has the right? Yeah, what the heck? How is he able to immediately retreat from the combat? I can't immediately retreat from combat. There's a several-day delay on that. Where are you even running to? Get back here. Damn the French. Alright, go and murder them. I'll even give you some leadership for it. Some old coot. But yeah, let's not lose any of these fortifications here. Right, that completely eradicated the French. Wonderful. In that case, just go and take a nap. But not a dirt nap. Yeah, not surprised that these northern French are starving. Not surprised and not caring either. What I care about is when the French army will return. I mean, how far away do they run? Fécamp, Abbeville? Oh, right, they've already returned. Yeah, these 2 ganging up on me would be of grave concern, and they might well do that. Montreal is one of the better places for me to have a fight, though, so maybe, regardless of all that, I'm going to clean these guys up and then go to Montreal. Can I even get there, or would I be fort locked? I think I would be fort locked. Ooh, then that's a concern, isn't it? That is indeed a concern. Oh, well, all I can do is fight. And it's all I can do to survive. Come one, come all. Paris is mine. Alright, go and keep these losers with me. Get myself refreshed a bit. Oh god, they're back! It's so annoying keeping an eye on all of this. Absolutely frustrating. You can't siege this, so it's not a big deal. Wait, were those regulars? I suppose I'm grateful that he's brought regulars over that can't actually do anything. So I can just leave them there, they pose no threat. Unless he thinks that that siege makes him so strong. Ooh, look at that. A rare member of my dynasty. And it's getting rarer. Winning this war to a high degree is looking very difficult given the numbers I have to fight here. It's quite unfortunate for me that Spain has just been so uselessly busy that they can't aid me here. This could be useful though, look at that. It's like the French are waiting there to try and do a naval invasion that's never going to happen. We should keep a lazy eye on that, but I don't want them invading with a proper army because there's no way I want to retreat my units from the mainland. Well, the French mainland at least. Different ideas of Maine. Oh, but he's getting on his boats. Alright, is he even allowed to do that? I don't think that changes anything yet. You're still dying. That is a big, big fight. Do I have another way around to you? Looks like my only way is through here, and it's not a pleasant fight. Especially if he brings in reinforcements. I think I will take this for a moment. Who's over here, by the way? Peasant levies, peasant levies. Killing them is tempting, but there's no good reason. This is a bigger threat over here. Then again, a good fight is a good fight. Once again, drowning me in naval notifications that accomplish nothing more than a distraction. Damn it, Spain. It's all Aragon's fault. He won't bleeding peace out. Right, where is this? This is there. Okay, it'll be forced out into the sea at this point. Our navy's supposedly under attack. It's fine by me. Well, holding on to Paris is a treat of its own. Ah, they've given up on Caen. Liberation is good. Getting my troops back also good. Getting them back in time, no less. Alright, do I march on this? 8,000. If they get those reinforcements, I'm in hot water. I think we go for it anyway. Yeah, because you're not marching over there, which is fine. If you were, it would be a concern. Then again, what if they join in? And those are regulars. Lots of regulars. You're well led, but not as well led as I am. Did auto-balancing place the cannons on the front? Almost undoubtedly. I just can't be ringed changing it every single time. But maybe if it's a very, very important battle, which I'm asserting that this is, maybe I should actually sort out my troops. Yeah, screw frontline cannons all day, every day. You're just there for sieging. There's an argument for just removing the cannons off of my army entirely. But they still do contribute towards the blasting phase. Alright, get your morale up, and then get in there. Yeah, it's not this fight I'm worried about, it's this and this. The question is, are they going to come and get involved? If they are, a hasty retreat might not be the worst idea. Aragon, once again, wants pieced out, but I'm not going to leave my ally Castile hanging. Doesn't the fire phase come first? It does come first. But you don't need your cannons on the front line for that. Bombard phase is independent of that. Well, that's what I believe, right? Let's... Oh, they are getting involved. Am I locked in? Ah, ha, 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 ha. It seems you fell for my devilish trick. Fascinating. Okay. Does that mean I could run over to Kane instead? Did reset their siege. Absolutely reset their siege. Let's go and kill some peasantry instead then. Peasants with pitchforks, no match for the glorious Highlander main army. Yeah, but the AI have learned a few tricks about combining armies, that much is for sure. I would love a notification that I'm being navally invaded. It would just make... it would make keeping my eyes on the prize a whole lot easier. Right, so they're forced out. They're going to... What are you even doing? How in the world do they keep getting to retreat? You're not allowed to do that. No one's allowed in here. Tell you what I'm extremely tempted to do, and I'm so tempted I'm going to do it. I'm going to split my navy in half and send half of them over here. And they'll get their own leadership, preferably a crown member. Ah, my very own heir will do fine. And that way, there's no way that he can travel over here. Although that might be bad. That might suddenly make these guys think that they should come and actually do something for the war effort. Doesn't matter, though. We will slaughter every last French peasant it takes. I still benefit from grabbing my monthly reinforcements, so I'll take it in Co, and then I'll move over to Kane. The French are still feeling all right about this war. Wait, progressing sieges minus 15. Don't tell me this counts. No, there's no way. Progressing sieges is different. He's caring about these two, surely. All right, 1st of May. First to die. Yeah, it's peasant levies all the way down. Should be a very, very easy fight. Oh, wow. Extremely easy when you have this complete flank. They didn't arrive in time to the battlefield, even with their own cavalry. Sorry, but 2 initiative doesn't beat 2 initiative. Okay. Kill them. Just wish I could kill more of them there. The AI is keen to run away. I mean, they should. It's clever, but I want some deliverance. I'm still eyeing up this big fight, though. It's not a pleasant fight, but I... Wait, what the heck? How and why did you run 1 province? Maybe they were fort-locked? Oh, here comes the French Navy trying to conspire with more French Navy. What the heck? Imminent battle between who? My subjects were not called into the French war. France is going to fight what? There was some red in Ireland, yeah, but those 12 guys can't handle anything. What fight exactly is going to happen here? The Earldom of Derbyshire. But you're at war with Aragon. Very notably not at war with France. Okay, let's keep a lazy eye on that and see if anything happens. There's a lot to keep my eye on here at once. Okay, as expected, no fight there. It's just a visual bug. Well, it's a logic bug, but still. They want to come back for another fight? No, Christ alive. I hate the French and the French adjacents so much. But surely by getting rid of that siege, I got rid of a lot of their we're making sieges progress thing here. A little bit. I actually wonder if he considers that a progressing siege. I don't want to fight them with peasant levies because they are regulars there, but I should be able to mob them. And I'm very, very curious if the AI counts that, because there was a bug, well, kind of a bug. There was an exploit where you could scare the AI. Just trying to see if there's something better than peasant levy I can throw at them, but I don't raise a lot of plated knights. So I think it has to be a whole bunch of peasant levy. I think I'll take both of you guys and throw them at him. Yeah, maybe all of you. Alright, alright. You want to run, that's your prerogative. Fur output and wild game output. Yeah, be still my beating heart. Certainly having the extra military tactics would have been handy for this war, but... ifs and buts and coconuts. If I can disturb their sieges before I go for peace, that'd be great. But remember, I want a sizable piece of France here. Notably, I want this. That's only 38 war score. That's very achievable. If I want to be taking more than that, which I do... it would probably be... gosh, what would it be? There's no risk of this stuff being lost to Aragon anytime soon, so I'm not in a hurry to grab his Mediterranean coastal stuff. I can't really do that. He would be very angry at being fractured, and he'd be less keen on the peace deal, but taking his coastline is a big deal for me. There is the idea that I could take some of this, but I think I'd rather have that. Yeah, that does whittle France down quite a bit. Taking Flanders land is delectable, but it'd be extra expensive. I wonder why it's extra expensive, though. Is it just because it's so built up, or does it give us the malice for taking land from another person? You can actually check that here. So if I wanted this land, there's no boost in cost. It's just very expensive. Yeah, I think that's out of the question for now, but... oh, that's right, I wanted... you know what? We're not taking Dover. Given how these wars with France are looking with his levy en masse in the 15th century, I think Dover is a lifeline for me. I can very, very quickly get that attacker ticking. And I'm not thinking about peace just yet, of course. I've got 15 more war score to get just from that. I think you missed a single location in the province above France. Oh yeah, this. I really want that. It's not fortified, though, so I don't have to take it in a hurry. But let's get it nailed down. Because I want to finish off this this province so that I can culturally enrich them and have them culturally switch the whole province. A little worried about these numbers down here. Is this a bad province for fighting in? No. It's a little tempting just to go and stomp them into jelly while the going is good. But I really should do something about this. Maybe I can fool them again, right? This big blockade is doing wonders for me, by the way. It just costs extra in terms of units, which I'm not too chuffed about. Okay, get over there under the grand command of this guy. He's pretty good at what he does, even if I can't say his name. Control massively affects war score cost. Yeah, the trouble with French control is that France doesn't really have control anymore ever since I lobotomized his capital. I suppose the difference is that there's ungodly control in Flanders. So the best thing France could do for me is actually integrate Okay, let's see if we can keep this war going for a couple more years. Unfortunately, it'll take a while for the Flanders control to come down, so maybe that's not relevant in this war. But yeah, France integrating that is excellent news for me. Alright, get your morale back and consider this fight. Our general isn't here. He won't be here until the 24th. That's good enough for me. Get stuck in, lads. Get balanced out and stuck in, of course. Doesn't think I'll manage this fight, which is scary. Tell you what, wait until you have all of your morale back. I really, really don't trust fighting levies like that. Let's see if I can fool these guys again. And I do not trust this fight, especially knowing that there are reinforcements down here. I think I should take it anyway, though. Yeah, I'm locked in. Well, gotta go for it. They're not keen on reinforcing, so they don't actually fancy their chances. I did sort out my army. It's nothing but horses going for it. He gets a bombard phase and I do not. broken. But yeah, we're going to run him down, hopefully. Outnumbered, but the Highlander is never outgunned. Nay bloody wonder a man tacks his shot. Alright, good. I mean, this is proper combat. Regulars on regulars. But holy smokes, we hosed them. I say we press the advantage. You're going to come in here and get hosed. I'm going to eradicate that scum. Not happy with having so many injured units on the front line, but I'm even less happy about using the balance button. Well, I've used it now, so too bad. You guys are ready to sweep along those French. I really think he's trying to do some kind of naval invasion here, and I'm all the happier for it, because those are regulars I do not want to fight right now. Oh, yes. Too late, Flanders. I guess that's a little bit more Flander population that France isn't going to be inheriting. Oh gosh, here comes more. Is that Burgundy? Oh, Burgundy! Which Burgundy? The white one or the purple one? Oh man, is there anything better than killing French? I mean, really. I've experienced a lot of things in life. Some I'm proud of, some I'm a lot less proud of. But does anything give as much joy as... Uh-oh. Oh, Christ. Back it up, back it up. Seems he's had other ideas. Yeah, definitely back it up, I think. That complicates matters. I actually think pulling back for a minute to... jeez. Yeah, he would go to here, to here, to here, to here. He'd reinforce that pretty quickly, and that's a chuffing big army. Alba the coward, Scotland the brave. Alba the tactical. I'll pull back a little bit and see where he moves his armies to. And how are we getting on over here? Well, peasants with pitchforks are able to take care of those French regulars. I doubt it's going to be worth much of a damn in terms of war score. But good to keep an eye on. Yeah, just murder them. All these tartan-clad blue and white-faced peasants charging in. And what, they're retreating with 0 units. Fascinating. All right, get down to Leamington, and I'll just make lemmings out of you. How far are you from upgrading your troops to pike and shot? France won't have those. We're working on Pike Square, but that's a ways away. A couple of years, maybe. For next war, I should have considerable advantage in terms of troop type over France, but I wasn't willing to wait, because I didn't want them to build up a coalition against me. Actually, after getting rid of that siege... Cheating bastard! He actually counts non-progressing sieges towards his unhappiness about making peace. Getting a whole lot of cheating bastardom going on here. It's not right. Right, well here's another question. Do the French have a navy to throw against me? Light ships and transports. Okay, I'm going to start putting them under blockade then. To hell with the French. I wish there was a faster way to do this, like, you know, transfer 5 or so. Because currently what I do is I do 32, take 32 and half it, take 32 and half, 16 and half it, take 16, halve it, and then put those cosmopolitan freaks under the Moray blockade. That's not even enough. There should be more blockading, but I might, depending on how they move around up there, I'll split them and do more. All right, well done. We managed to beat 0 French people. Get you thrown away for now. And to be clear, those can be re-raised, right? Yeah, good. When I do want peace, I'm definitely going to have to puff out my chest with some additional unit raising. I bet he's going to go for Paris, the scum. That's my Paris. Mine for occupying. Yeah, sure enough, he's going for Paris. Well, no skin off my nose. Get yourself down to here and then eradicate them if you can, please. And I saw that. You're trying to blockade me. I doubt there's going to be much trouble down here. So you go and split up there. You go and split up to there. You split to here. You split to here. He still raises a few boats over here, but it shouldn't be a big trouble. The problem could come from Flanders sailing around. Yeah, Flanders still owning some heavy ships. But given the numbers, I think what I could do is actually further divide up my fleet and then keep Flanders under blockade here. And possibly even here. Yeah, I'm gonna sort our navy proper like this. And if they want to keep coming, fine. We'll just maintain the blockade. Right, did those regulars... Yeah, the regulars came down here. Oh lord, that's all the regs. Okay, so his regs really want Paris back. But you know what? He's currently working on Montreal. You know what that means? Montreal, Falls. Annihilation. And I'm stealing more of his boats. I never stole any boats in the previous war, so I wonder if that was something that was either broken or added. Jesus, man. We're no longer a great power. Okay, good. I didn't want to be naval hegemon. Just costs money. Coming from EU4, how solved army composition felt. I always feel a bit lost putting together armies in EU5. You can do it better than AI, and that will give you a tremendous advantage in battle. My top tip, cavalry, cavalry, cavalry. You won't go wrong with that. He is sending regulars north. I think he knows what I'm up to. I think we should charge in regardless, though. Yeah, you just have to undo the dum-dum of the AI who's putting your cannons in the front row. There was a build earlier where cannons on the front row were absolutely overpowered and would decimate just about everything, but right now the answer is horses. Horses for courses. There we go. Just charge in, slaughter them before he gets reinforcements from his main. And if he does get reinforcements, they've been marching for so long that they'll be out of morale. I'm also sitting on excess diplomats. Don't entirely know what to do with them. Depends on integration sensation. There is an argument for integrating you, but I think I'd rather take sheer coastline right now. That does involve Co and Point Admer. But I think I'm already improving with you, right? Yeah, I am. Well, if we're doing it with Wales and we've done it with Connaught and we've got it with Pale, I'm hard pressed to think who to still improve relations with. We have what we need with Portugal, and I do plan on putting some trade buildings there, but maybe when I'm not in the heat of war and we have some downtime to focus on internals. Alright, time for more Frenchmen to die. However, he is absolutely marching on in there, so... What's the advantage for me? Well, it's thus. He has the vegetation penalty because I slammed down my fort here with that in mind. Although I don't like the idea that he's shooting me. I hope that's a damn good shield and an even better mace that we have. Alright, how's it looking against them? Well, I gotta say 32-2 is a good start, but in comes the actual French army. To my benefit, there's not a lot of cavalry there. To my not-so-benefit, there are a lot of them. Alright, let's go then. Yeah, we tried to buy from the Pope, but it's his culture and his religion, so he will never sell it. Okay, those numbers do not look so hot for me anymore. In fact, why does it look like I'm losing everything? We might not be able to hold in this, but I have to hope that his morale gets destroyed on a flank, and then I can rush in and crush in. Ah, jeez Louise. Come on, lads. You can hold it. They're just Frenchmen. Alright, right. His flank is collapsed. His center is collapsed. All of his units on this single flank are about to get rushed and crushed by an enormous amount of cavalry. Ah, there we go. It's not like I'm losing nothing in these combats either. They've definitely rejigged some numbers here. But that is good because regulars were overpowered. They're still powerful, but maybe they're not completely bat poop insane. I'm going to rest up for a moment in here before I charge on Paris. But yeah, we were able to save this province, which is good. So Montreal will get its fort rejigged. France will no longer have the "we're sieging you." He's getting something for sieging back Paris, but sod that and sod the French. Yeah, we are the mice men. Bash 'em, lads. Manpower is holding. Can France say the same? France can say the same. Yeah, they're gaining more manpower than they're losing on maintenance. Maybe that'll change when they have to get those reinforced. Right, we liberate Paris after we rest up a little bit next to Paris, and we keep chalking up that war score. Battles, blockades, attack are ticking. It shouldn't be too difficult to get the peace deal that I'm after here. He has no allies that I need to chase out of this war. I don't think taking this in the peace deal is out of the question. The problem is that France is not done. Now that France is actually able to raise their proper army again, it'll be quite a while before I can consider France just done. Damn it, for the love of God, Castile, could you join in? I would actually love to get Castile in for another reason. I want Castile to have a... What the heck is this? Are those regs or not? Those don't look like regs. Who's fighting who here? 27th at 12. And I'm getting in there. Wait, I'm already there. Okay. There's no defensive bonus to be had here, but I might as well wait a bit to regain a little bit of morale before they come and enjoy the butchering. Oh, no, they changed their mind. All right, fair enough. Get me out of here. I don't replenish units in enemy land after all. I'm glad I noticed that. What age should you transition over to infantry? I'm not sure if there is an age yet, but I haven't played enough to be sure. They are once again trying to blockade me somewhere. Excuse me? The following ports are blockaded. Abbeville. Okay. My province. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought, game. Game's gone bananas. Can't be trusted. Right. You're not allowed Paris. You're never allowed Paris. He might disagree. I'm quite certain he disagrees immensely. Fundamentally disagrees. But, too bad. I'm taking the fight. I actually get bombarded this time. And good, the bombard does clear out your cannons, but I still have cannons on the front row because the game is daft. Hopefully you're not actually taking damage here. But look at that paltry. Strength damage 1, morale damage 13, compared to a horse dealing 4 and 0.26. Yeesh. Yeah, Young maybe has a bit more experience. He says in age 4 you can mix in some infantry, but by 5 you need to be fully infantry. Wow, do horses fall off that much? I mean, that's how it worked in EU4. Whoa, okay, they are serious about this fight. I only have one little bonus in this due to river crossing penalty on their side. Oh well, come one, come all to the Mori beatdown. I just hope it's not Mori getting beaten down. You can see at the bottom my numbers running thin, but so are theirs. The more horses mantra will never let me down. Yeah, there we go. Man, their morale collapses so hard. They got these back row guys and they're still losing morale. Probably as they watch all their other friends die. Also, he gets a lot more war exhaustion than I do. So his maximum morale is even lower. On the other hand, what the heck is this? Well, where does he get off having 27.9 morale? Discipline, rather. Actually, where does he get that? He has a lot of nobility, he's pushed aristocracy, he has some French thing, and he has primacy. Okay, so he's got a lot of things pushing up discipline. Maybe I should care more about aristocracy for discipline, but I would just rather have more units. You know, you bring more... Hang on. Okay, good to see that war score has still not been war exhaustion has still not been fixed. I mean, we're net losing war exhaustion, and even though we're winning here, that doesn't seem right, does it? Gonna let those regulars keep themselves busy on on that siege. And then continue cleaning up levy en masse. Very good. Unless you're Mongolia, then the horses are viable against China and the Soviet Union, of course. Oh, if you're playing Golden Horde, by God, those horses are viable. Especially early game. Feels so good to just charge down thousands with hundreds and win. Well, France is feeling less and less keen on this because of his progressing sieges. Which for some reason he gets to count progressing a siege on nothing. Oh, well, I'll reduce them to nothing. That's not even the capital of the bleeding province, you dunce. Oh, here it comes. Oh, jeez. I'm actually getting war exhaustion because of Castile's war with Aragon. That was actually an issue in EU4, where you could actually be forced into somebody else's war and get call for peace. And the AI didn't get this in EU4. Absolutely broken. Whatever, I will stick with Castile for a little bit longer, because I like to think that there's trust to be had from staying in his war. Yeah, maybe I can curry some favors and get some dosh out of this war. But if he starts giving me significant war exhaustion, I'm pulling out like a scared little boy. And nothing scary about mowing down French peasants. Get out of here. Stop claiming that you have sieges going on me, because you don't. What's that? A few little transports, eh? Go and try and chase them down, see what that's all about. Yeah, get that done and then get your arse back here. Wait, do I even want to engage his regulars? I'm very happy that his regulars are wasting time on a siege. The trouble is I'm having a difficult time gaining any sieges these days. I just don't have the time to dedicate my army towards sieging. I have to be constantly hammering down on his armies. That said, it's a pretty good fight against his regulars. I'll have the advantage, to be sure. I'll take the fight. Did I actually take that fight with his navy? I didn't notice. I don't know. If it happened, I didn't notice it. Is it trying to bring in the levies? No, I bring in the levies for the peace deal so that he can see my my levy en masse, and then we can compare levies, and then he can go and die. Well, he can come to the peace table a bit more humbled. But we are ravaging some of his. Look at that. Briere can't bring in so many. Total of things will gather in all areas, da-da-da-da-da, and he's currently raised this many levies. That's fine. I'm more than happy to keep killing the French. Now, like I said, this is an actual French army, and I don't have an advantage in the fight because the fort isn't in a good place. But I am quite confident that my units are better than his unit. Yeah, 19-0, great. No, that's more like it. Yeah, my composition is better. My units are better. He has more discipline, but not enough to make up for my advantages. And he's once again working on Paris. But you can definitely see how numbers are useful in their own right. If I was using my giant human brain against his, I would use my numbers to get the sieges whilst he's busy unable to siege as much. Also, unlike the silly AI, I don't divide up my my army so that they're vulnerable in piecemeal. He does. Oh man, that is a tempting, tempting target. He's got regulars on Paris, though. I should take care of them before they get too many of their number there. But he's also got regulars over here. Alright, I have to hope that he divides up a little bit. Castile, I'm so close to getting out of this war. Could you please finish up? Looks like you want to get your 2 sieges there and then call it a day at least. Alright, Paris, time for you to go. Again. And then I'm going to smoosh the levies and the regulars in that order. But yeah, no, bringing in my levies for this fight is just asking for my population to die. And I do not want my population to die. My population is important to the economy. Oh, gosh. What the? Oh, thank God. I was thinking, how did he get the fort in no time at all? He wasn't working on the fort. This is not a pleasant fight. Why is it going so poorly for me? Ignore the gun shooting the man with a bailiff mace. His numbers are routing, and I'm largely winning on morale issues. It's still concerning, though. Like, I do not want to be losing this many soldiers. Ugh. Yeah, clearly I need some happy nobles right now. Aid me in these dark times, my noble friends. Yeah, look at that. The number's not looking quite so hot for me anymore. He is once again going for my my provinces. How dare he? Jake's using the strat of whacking off French men until they stop coming. In a manner of speaking. Okay, hopefully Castile taking that and getting an even bigger border with France will make them more keen to join in this war. I can promise them land. Maybe if he puts his levies back, then he'll be more keen on it. I do not want to promise Castile land because I won't give it to them. It's not that kind of war. That said, if Castile can be the difference between 100%ing France and not, I might acquiesce to that. Might. I just saw the pirate den popping up there. Yeah, you need to put your levies away so that your levy ability goes back up, and then maybe I can call you in. Wait, isn't there also diplomatic reputation here? I thought diplomatic reputation might play a part in this, but no. No, I need you to get your levies back. Yeah, I can't express how much of a boon it would be to... I see that. I see that. Chase that fleet down, please. The AI is really, really bad at that order, but I can't spend all my time looking at it. For God's sake, dismiss your levies, Castile. My greatest ally. Okay, well that's another way. You know, if you get done in by my giant navy over here, where the hell are they going? Ah, jeez. Game is just trying to rustle my jimmies today. And doing an excellent job of it. A lot of French to kill, and I have only so many maces. Despite being the mace man. Alright. 1st of February, got our numbers back. Murder those French, and then come back out. The fort will retake the land. And then maybe even consider taking this back. Oh, you rotter. He went all the way around for this. Alright, Hugh, go and take him out. Get some help as well. And then you... Oh, you wasted your time over there. Go and take this back. Can you promise that part of Iberia France has? Maybe Castile could be interested in this, but I don't want to give up the precious war score by giving that land to Castile at all. I want Castile to put their levies away, and then maybe you get a positive boon for levies available? I don't actually know. But yeah, promising land is not what I'm up for here. I'd rather win it alone. And to be clear, we are winning it. It's just that France haven't gotten that memo yet. Oh, so remember Call for Peace? We were talking about it last time. And there were people in chat telling me that if I don't peace out before Call for Peace hits in, it will automatically peace me out in the war. That is not true. I have been lied to once again by chat. What it does is it gives you that Call for Peace thing that we saw earlier. If you're on the receiving end because you're getting your arse blasted in the war, then yes, the AI can force peace you out once you get to 100% war exhaustion. But instead, you just get ticking war exhaustion, and you also get bonus diplomats, which is cool. Possibly exploitable if you need diplomats or something. Ah, man, the diplomats can't kill 8,000 Frenchies. Why did they all hang around to die? I don't know, but I'll take it. Get me over here. I want another recharge before I go for the fight. I want to kind of jump him here. Oh, wait, we outsped him. Okay. Are we just passing each other by or something? How did the... What? Ugh. 'Tis a mystery how the French work. Nobody wants to really know. Are they retreating? Oh, that's possible. The retreating boats are also a mystery. They died. 12 Irishmen just dying. Starvation, loneliness, lack of drink. Poorly packaged letter bomb. It's anyone's guess. Oh boy, right. They are once again massing up in Paris big time. The clever thing might be to not engage this army and instead score my big win on Paris. My forts can hold for a bit, so I'm not too bothered about that. What bothers me is the enormous thing France gets for processing sieges. I mean, where's my processing sieges boost? Yeah, well, some of them know that sieging Paris is a foolish errand and have given up. How many dead French are there so far? I've murdered 38,000 of them, but we have not been without our own losses. 9,000 of our Highland lads have gone down. So, I wonder where it's been taking those losses from. Losing social status, losing social status. Huh, I wonder why that's such a problem in London. Ach well, not to worry. Yeah, I'm happy to keep butchering the French. The trouble is, much like last time, it's going to be difficult to bring them to the peace table. Their war enthusiasm is high, they've got a base thing, the peace offer, and at bloody processing sieges. I don't have the numbers to stop them from doing all these sieges. And I'm not willing to throw away levy lives over this. I'm certainly willing to kill all those French levies, though. That's a better priority target than Paris. Like I said, these sieges can hold. But the opportunity to kill levies when given the opportunity is one that I should take. Because the French will run out of levies eventually. And I will not run out of experiencing the joy of killing the French. It's like the joy of painting. With extra pain. Alright, now what kind of retreat are you doing? Are you doing that dodgy one-province retreat? No, not quite. Well, some of them are. By Perigord, by Namur. Yeah, you figure that out and get out of my face. Hey, the New World is here. It's a bit expensive right now. I think it's more important than quite a few of these, because I do want to get to the New World and try my hand at colonization. I'm pretty happy to see that... Oh yeah, Castile. No, their levy ability is still... Wait, they haven't even dismissed their units. Ah, they're regulars, that's why. Tell me about your levy availability, actually. Your levy ability seems pretty damn sweet. I think your bigger problem is that you just love France for some reason. You know, why? I'll never really understand. Yeah, France is getting on with everybody a bit too well. That would change if I called them in for land after all, but I don't want to do that. Yeah, especially considering they're probably wanting this land, and I do not want them to get that land. Although, you know, I could betray them. Has anybody betrayed the AI in this game? I mean, how bad are the penalties? I probably still don't want to do it, but, you know, we shouldn't write anything off. Especially with the idea of cheesing off Iberians. Why is it putting 850 here? Oh, it's loving putting the cannons on the front row. That's putting a ridiculous amount of cannons on the front row. What the hell are you playing at, game? You know what? I'm not even going to sort it. Retake Paris for me, please. And then we got some other fights. I mean, Kane is going down at a steady pace. Don't cannons fire and then retreat? They do. Kind of. They get involved in a barrage phase, and then they still get put into their assigned roles. So this guy is still here. I just want them on the back. They should not be involved in battle at all. Apart from the bombard, of course. Alright, keep the slaughter going. I'm a little curious where those people are dying from, though. You there. Cherbourg? Died as soldiers. Okay, so for some reason the soldiers are being pressed from here, even though I didn't hire any soldiers from France. That's fine, though. I'm more than happy to have the French people die for me. Yeah, they weren't even Highlanders. The game has a very strange way of pulling dead people. But it probably does it like most optimization does it. It buckets units to pull them. Gotta save on performance wherever you can. Especially in a game that models all the pops. Caesar 3 did a similar thing. If you do a big purge of people, it won't take them out uniformly. It buckets them by age group, and that can cause severe demographic shocks. Did the partial encirclement of Paris cripple their control and thus their power? Yeah, but there are still a lot of Frenchmen. 20 or 30 control is still 20 or 30 control. And, yeah, France is just a beast. The game still thinks I'm weaker than them. But their regular army is faltering. Their levies are actually below mine now. I could raise more levies. Their levies would be better, though. France gets a lot of levy buffs, and his aristocracy are still there to keep them running a tight ship. Alright, get balanced, get moraled up, get your turn of the month reinforcements, and then get to slaughtering the French. I have a dream of winning this war. Unthinkable though it might seem. At least during all this time, I'm still annexing the Pale, so my ambitions in Ireland aren't slowing down. It's like I'm actually just fighting the 100 Years' War 100 years later, and not as England. But that French war enthusiasm is something else. Get out of here. You're not allowed northern France. It's mine. Okay, he's doing his naval thing again. Bless his cottons. Oh, no, no. No, 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 no. Flanders is doing it now. I have to keep mashing escape to get rid of all these pop-ups. Yeah, he's probably, again... You might be right. You might be actually trying to assemble them to a certain army. At this rate, I should get my 50 from battles, my 25 from defender ticking. That's 75. And that might be enough to... Who the heck are these? Early arquebusiers. Arc-busters, I just prefer to think of them as. Not going to have you join as mercenaries, not for that cost. But I also don't want to just freely get rid of you, so just join up with the main army. We'll keep you around as a trophy wife. Alright, once more onto the Montreal. Although I'd really like to have this province back. That might be more of an end of the war thing. Jeez, yeah, he just doesn't bloody stop, does he? He keeps coming back for more. He wants to go into Arc, and that's just with levies. I think I should chase them down. Any opportunity to murder levies should be taken. Levy on this mass. Oh, okay, now he changed his mind. Oh, no, he didn't change his mind. I just couldn't see into there. And that actually made his regulars think twice about his existing fight. Yeah, get the hell out of here. Randolph's a naval showman. How does that even work? This admiral is a showman. Ships commanded by his leader will have more prestige and naval tradition. Yeah, those numbers that we definitely get lots of. You get a lot more experience for losing, but whatever. Those levies are all bloody losers in my eyes. Alright, get this back once again. Next time I'm fortifying this up, by the way. I should have put a fort on all of these areas so that the French couldn't do these nasty things to me. Are all the Highlanders blind like him? There were forests there, so I couldn't see into it. And that also gave him an extra defensive edge in that fight. Getting him out of this war could prove tough, huh? And it's not like last time where I knew I could just sit back with Dover. This time I actually own land in France, which is certainly coming with taxes of its own. Alright, get that liberated, hang around for the reinforcements, and then contemplate. He has rather a lot of levies up there, and I'm happy to go and murder them. Yeah, go on then. Get the heck out of Montreal. Feels pretty good, right? Love going around with a superior army and destroying superior numbers. But the problem is becoming apparent. I need more than one superior army. I need 2 superior armies here. And I don't really have the economy or the manpower to sustain that. Well, I might have the manpower, and I certainly couldn't build it up. But my focus right now should be building up my... Wow, those guys got smashed. My focus somewhat right now is to build up my book economy, which I suppose we're doing positive enough to actually focus on right now. First things first, I want to get rid of all of my... crappy low-level printer shops. Not printer shops, scriptorums. I just don't want this to be a consideration anymore. Same with the old paper guild stuff. I don't actually know if the estates upgrade. 1, 2, just upgrade them all. Donk, donk, donk. There we go. Now we never have to worry about those. Right, but yes, if I want more paper workshops, which I absolutely do, they are probably best making it out of flax fiber. So the question is, where do I have flax fiber? Well, I've got fiber crops right here. And would you look at that? That's exactly where the town is as well. So we say, hey, your job is to now make me paper. How much paper? How many can you make? They answer with 9. And I go, okay, 9 is good. Das ist gut. What about other places of fiber crops? All the way over here, market access in Bristol is only 81%, but I'm okay with that. Actually, the price of fiber crops is strangely high. I thought it would be even lower, but whatever. Fiber crop me up. It's going to go up even more, by the way, with these paper workshops. Build me a bunch more of them, please. And then there's the thought about my bookmaking. Where are we currently making books? Right, tell me about what you're doing here. Alum, right? No, it's lead. Lead and lumber. Is there anywhere that has both lead and lumber? Lead being the rarer one. Seems like a tough call. Yeah, lead and lumber don't come together so easy, do they? In that case, I'm more interested in being closer to London and having lumber. Sestair looks like a good call. Portsmouth as well. Both good places to be printing out loads of books. In fact, all 3 of these places look pretty good for the booking. Yeah, and they both have lumber access. Sod the stone here. This also gets it out of the hands of the clergy and into the hands of the burghers, which could be good or bad, but either way, we're going to win. Now, where is the bookstore? Build me 5 printer shops here, and build me 5 printer shops here. Now, I could certainly be doing more than 5, that's for sure. Well, actually, no, I couldn't. I'm out of money, but that aside, if I were interested in making the mega money, I could make a whole lot more, but I don't want to risk collapsing the book thing. I've already built up quite a good local demand through universities, but we're going to build this and then see how it is. There is the idea of exporting, but I'm a much bigger fan of supporting your local needs rather than making for export. The way I see it, RGOs for export, things you create in buildings for local demand. RGOs obviously also being for local demand. But that's just my take, and there are probably others with even better... Oh, wow! Okay, France is deader than dead. Peace imminent. Yeah, no, this is a lie. Complete lie. And I was fed that lie. Yeah, I just got a tactics advantage over France. It's not as big as a tactics advantage as you can get in EU4. But see these guys? I don't. I just see a straight march through to the next province. Brrrr. Yeah, get the hell out of my way. Pike Square with all your cavalry seems legit. Oh yeah, it's simple. It's knowledge, right? It's an institutional knowledge of the Pike Square. Knowing about it also means knowing how to counter it. And they're probably trying to square up. Oh god, well, I'm glad we're here now. They just got a breach. Kill them to death. Good relations with Morocco, how good? Not anywhere near good enough. Okay, so it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to do trading shenanigans with them. Castile, how are you feeling? Awful. Does anybody know if that levy availability goes to a positive reason for them to join a war? Yeah, the tactics advantage by using war crime gas attacks in Vicky. I think he has a problem here. He gets fort locked or something. It's good to know that the AI is also getting fort locked. Because it happens to me and I get really scunnered with it, but whatever. Dead French is a happy Jake. Curiously, do we have any French people here? Now, if there's one thing I've learned about the French is they can actually take banter. They're not like Brazilians or Polish people, right? They understand the give and the take. The l'autre côté. We do, says Finalis. Yeah, there we go. Famous Frenchman with Fin in the name. And we have de Gilles in chat. It's the first time they've ever spoken in this chat, and it's to rise up and say, "Oui, oui, monsieur, I am the Frenchman. You are sieging down my home right now, and I could not be more proud." As expected, we're as happy with Portugal as we can be. Really want to do something with my diplomats, because I'm currently doing a whole lot of nothing with them, but I don't know what I would do. Cannot already love me as much as one man could possibly love me. And I can't think of any other relations to really pursue right now. Unless, of course, I wanted to do some more trading. But the Muslims hate my guts. Provence will be mine someday. Nope. Oh well. There's definitely some better things I could be doing, but if I can't think of it, I can't think of it. You're going straight back for Tarnaville, aren't you? You people are such a pain in my bits. Whatever, you're all levies and you're all going to die. Take care of that. Oh gosh, I actually need to double time on Paris. Right, take care of that and then we are back to Paris on the double. I can't let that fall. So I hope it doesn't get water shortage or defenders desert, because if it does, it could fall. But yeah, so many battles to get your 50 from war score. And I'd have to do 2 or 3 times as much if this is a later age. I really think it's broken, the age effect on war score from battles. Alright, there we go. And this is why I didn't take offensive, right? These places that I'm holding would fall very, very quickly if I went offensive. The French should be able to retake them faster than I can even go around and slaughter their pathetic armies. Alright, look at the difference of the tactics though. We're back to the good old 10-1 on losses. And I shouldn't be anywhere else. In fact, if I really wanted to push for peace, there's a chance I could shove them off of all of the sieges. And then I could actually puff up my levies. It's actually a very good opportunity to get my my peace enforced. A very good opportunity, unless I want to keep pushing this war. I can still get more war score, that's to be sure, but I kind of want to end the war as well. Knowing that France can still pull out this much if I rip some more power off of them. Also, next time we fight, he'll have Flanders integrated, and this is just free real estate for me to take in the next French war. War score doesn't matter, the war balance does, and killing is the best way for when you peace out. That's true, but right now, bringing out all of my levies would change his war enthusiasm enormously. If nothing else, it'll give me a good idea of what he's made of, so I should raise all of my levies, except not the ones over here, right? That's just asking for trouble. And I'm not currently asking for trouble. Strangely enough, I'm not able to raise any levies here. That or I am being bamboozled. Am I being bamboozled? No, it truly just didn't raise these guys. Well, good for me. And what's good for me is good for Mori. I just hope he doesn't put me under siege either in Paris or over here. The burgers are at fault. Keeping my burgers happy seems like a good thing, and I don't care about Catholic Highland peasants in Truro. Truro. You might think this is all good, but I don't want traditional economy. I want capital economy, and it's very, very difficult to push towards capital economy. They group up when you raise all the levies. Okay, well, still don't trust it. I guess they group up by area, don't they? Yeah, they do. Anyway, they're just about to be raised. Watch what this does for this. Wow, suddenly he's very, very happy about peace, and I haven't even kicked him out of this Montreal yet. I don't want to give him time to get that unit over there, so I'm actually just going to march straight on Montreal, even though I missed the morale regain and the extra troops. What the hell is he doing? I bet that counts as a positive siege for him. I bet my bottom dollar he's actually getting a boost from that. Cheating bastard, so he is. Alright, time for you to die. Jeez, I did not notice that. And he's going to get this one as well. So with those 3 sieges, even though one isn't progressing, he gets 3 progressing siege boosts. Alright, I'm going to kick his arse out of all of them so I get my square and fair peace deal. Yeah, that's what I thought. Steal more of his units. Peace is at hand. I just need to get rid of all of his active sieges, so hopefully he doesn't go back for Paris again. Well done for doing virtually nothing. Was legitimacy ever an issue, or have you not yet turned like war exhaustion? We're not the ones getting exhausted in this war. The French, on the other hand... well, Flanders is being horrifically crippled by war exhaustion, but France has 5 war exhaustion, and that is not a small amount. The whole reason he's getting war exhaustion is not really from all the battles. Battle war exhaustion is broken. There's a typo in the defines, but even fixing the typo doesn't fix it, so God knows. Fixing the typo breaks it even more. But blockades actually give a huge amount of war exhaustion. I think they give even more than just occupying this. And that was actually my plan on the first war with France, just blockade them to 100%. Because if your enemy has a maximum war exhaustion, you enforce anything. And yes, the logical implication there is if you're over in the New World, the subcontinent or whatever, over in Asia, you know, you've got a strong navy and there are people there, and there are millions of them because they breed like rabbits. And you're like, ugh, I don't want a land war in Asia. Send in the navy, blockade them. Max war score from blockades, take whatever you want. Navy is extremely relevant. Do not get your arse bogged down in a land war in Asia unless you realize that's going to be faster. And it could be faster. But yeah, ever since like halfway through EU4's development, the balance has been really positive for the rest of the world. Europe used to just be able to stomp over anything, you know, walk into China with 5,000 troops. I kid you not, 5,000 troops. Just march around and you could conquer all of Ming back in the olden days. Ah, the time when you could really sit with some Folgers coffee and appreciate the oppression. You're probably going to go into Paris and you're going to reset this whole thing, but I still want my month's tick of stuff. Right, there we go, get involved. Get your monthly tick, get them destroyed, say no to the Danes. I can't believe this old coot refuses to die. She's 63. The last legacy of the Randolph dynasty. Yeah, there they go. Going for bleeding Paris. All right, so we do this, and then we do Paris, and then hopefully this war is over. Oh my gosh. How many dead Frenchmen does it take? I mean, I'm okay. I can kill Frenchmen all day. It's what I was born to do. But surely you want to stop having all your fellow Frenchmen die? I don't know. We have people rising up in France in chat right now. I mean, how do you feel about it all? Do you want your fellow Frenchmen dead, and instead I replace your baguette and your garlic cloves with some new clan tartans? Yeah? Teach you that eating offal is actually fine? Actually, I don't know if they eat offal in France. Maybe you can enlighten me. Offal being, you know, the guts, mashed up livers and hearts and whatnot. I mean, I think it's delicious, but... And my fellow Hungarians, of course, agree with me. Alright, there we go. That should be the last bunch of Frenchmen I have to kill today. They eat snails. I've eaten snails. It's perfectly fine. I've eaten frog's legs. Also perfectly fine. I have a feeling... A very strange feeling. Why was that not enough? Maybe I need to wait a little bit. He sometimes has some residual... Yeah, there we go. There we absolutely go. He had residual war enthusiasm from the battle. The news hadn't reached Paris that the Battle of Paris went very poorly. I could... Oh, he took it! He's got it! Ah, the downside is that the control there is still very high. You have no idea how much I want this land. If I occupy it, will the control plummet? Is that a thing? Probably not. Damn, right. This land is so good, but it's not really something I could shoot for in this fight. Gotta say, pig brain. Very, very tasty. Are you sure you've eaten actual snails, or was it the finest steaks Sweden could offer? It wasn't done in Sweden. I've been to France 2 or 3 times. And of course the French wanted to show me their exquisite cuisine. Right, the more French coastline I take, the less of a concern their navy will be. But it also means less that I can do horrible blockade things to them. And I really want to block off Spain for... Whoa, whoa. Okay, that assuredly blocks off Castile from French lands. Still means we're going to have to fight like hell in the north in future wars, but in the next war I'm taking Flanders off of him, and it's going to be a chef's kiss of power boosting for me. Is it wise taking land that Castile wants? What's the worst that could happen? I mean, what could the Spanish possibly do to me? They're all going to be taking a happy wee nappy instead of actually fighting me. Alright, but this is good. These are good full provinces that I can spit out as subjects. They will core the land. I will culturally enrich the land. And what's even better is it feels like France starts getting surrounded and devoured. That's a pretty nice peace deal, I gotta say. And we could make it even nicer, couldn't we? And maybe there's some other provinces he wouldn't mind giving up. Ooh. Actually, if I want anything... Fortified provinces cost extra. So grabbing Lower Maine, or anything else that doesn't have a fort in it, it's kind of nice. I don't need this. It doesn't block off Spain anymore. And it has a fort in it, making it extra expensive. And that's something to keep in mind, really. You pay double if it has a fort and you've not occupied the fort. That's fine. You'll still have the cores over here for me to launch a war about. That is close, but it's a bit much to ask for. Money instead of another province? Nah, France has loads of money. I want to do land grabbing while the going is good. Other people might not agree, but again, it's mostly French people that care about me taking French lands. The Netherlands won't be able to join the coalition based on this, although I will be fighting the Netherlands before too long. Does Poitou not have a fort? Oh, that is quite nice. Oh, now that's good. That is really good. Barely any coastline left for France, although he has this. But in the next war, I take Flanders off him. And yeah, it's the beginning of the end for poor wee France here. I like it. No need to worry about money either. And just to be sure, no horrible coalition stuff coming from this. Netherlands still not coalition worthy based on that. Cabinet member Jake, yeah, I'm just planning the peace deal. We're not quite done here. Because I also want to release these prisoners. Okay, what if he gets his prisoners back and that actually gives him additional war enthusiasm? Then it'll be a nice lesson for us to learn. Oh god, I've been lacking a member of cabinet here. We're still on integration sensation. But once we're done with that, I'm probably going to want to start doing cultural enhancements around here. I'm not sure if I want this land for myself or not. Depends on how good the proximity to capital is. Also, Castile still don't want in. Ah, what a shame. Oh well, so be it. Cabinet member, who's going well? Who's not an old coot? Ooh, Leopold. He's actually a member of the crown as well. He's not too terrible. All right. In you come. But our best diplomat, which is you, are going to be on diplomatic endeavors. Sell off all those prisoners. It drops antagonism. Wait, we barely lose any antagonism for getting rid of 1,200 troops. It's madness, but it's better than paying $500,000 for them to be mercs. All right, huzzah. Yeah, a little bit concerned that that changes this number, but maybe it doesn't update for a little bit. Dover, no. Given how tough France is proving to be, I think I want to leave Dover for one more war. It's just such a nice war goal to immediately snipe, and I don't have to keep worrying about it falling. Because otherwise, what would I have to take? I'd have to take Nantes, or I'd have to take... Well, this is out of the question now, because that was your core. But yeah, my future wars, I have to go for the Breton cores. And this would be a harder one to hold. You know, bouncing between my own lands and Paris and that, especially with these forts in the way, seems tough. Once I have more of the French heartlands, it'll be easier, but for now, Dover is just such an excellent, immediate 25 war score, because the time this thing is ticked up, he gets tired of the war and he wants to peace out faster. Anyway, all is well, and we get the significantly reduced antagonism thanks to the person on my cabinet. Yeah, the Netherlands all the way down with that. Excellent. Wait, I thought we decided that we discovered that it needs a turn of the month for it. You know what? Maybe it doesn't. Netherlands. Not the Navy, the Netherlands. Not Rotterdam, the Netherlands. The Netherlands have 30 antagonism. It said it would go up to, what, 42? Is that true? No, it does take immediate effect. The tooltip takes a month to take effect. Wow, the more you learn, the happier you get. Learning is fun. But yeah, France is having a decidedly bad day today. I'm pretty certain I won't hold on to this myself, but it's only a few more coastal provinces away. On the other hand, it's got no fort. I really don't want the liability. I'll probably just let this one go free. I'll certainly let all the southern stuff go free for now. Yeah, it also relieves any tension I might have with Castile for a while. In 1.0.7, it was immediate. Well, see, the more we know, the happier we get. Wait, I raised naval levies? Please disband my naval levies. Please disband my levies. My black flag units, get your sorry sausages back to Montreal. We no longer pay this army, right? They've had their fun. And I want to get my my fleet here back together with the patrolling. And then I want to get you guys probably on mothball duty. Are there any lights here, I wonder? Get you into Montreal for now. And then let's start gobbing out some of these subjects. Are there any historical subjects around here that are worth considering? And no, not big ones. They would have to just be like one provincers. There's something to be said for Marsanne, because they're entirely within this Gascon province. But I'm not sure I can be bothered about that. What about Béarn? Is Béarn a single province here? Kind of. They're shy one little bit here. England? No, for some reason I do not want to let go of this. Whoa, actually, look, the English barely have any land left because I've eradicated their cores from cultural enlightenment. They'd get more French land than British land. What's the benefit of using historical? They get their cores immediately. If I release them as a custom subject, they inherit the integration level that I have, which is to say none. But if I release them as a historical subject, then I'm releasing Béarn with these Béarn cores, meaning they only have to get this one core here to finish off the province. And I'm okay with that. County of Béarn can return to us as a vassal, of course. So huzzah, welcome to the world, Béarn. And then also Béarn's a cool name. It means child in Scotland. And it's barn to be a child in Sweden. See, I learned a word. No, not enforced culture, the other one. Where the heck is give land? Here it is. Yeah, get the rest of that province. They'll integrate it very rapidly because now it's just one thing to take care of instead of a whole lot more. And then I look at the other places and I see, is there any actual cores around here? Yeah, but you're not getting that. Ooh, I could let go Toulouse. Yeah, they would get all cores here, and they'd be an excellent person to fabricate more claims on France. And they would keep the Toulouse, well, maybe the Languedocian culture? Is Toulousian not a culture? Tell me more, game. Create the historical subject of... It was Toulouse, right? Here you are. Oh yeah, that is real good. Tell me about your culture. You're Languedocian, and yeah, that's an excellent one to have. Alright, there you go. Toulouse, have French. Wasn't I considering letting Toulouse go very early on, decided against it for unknown reasons? So the cool thing about Toulouse is that I can immediately culturally enrich them. They already have full cores on the entire province I gave them. And yeah, they might lose some cores out here, but I don't plan on feeding them their cores. This isn't EU4 where you want to get, what is it? You know, you find like Novgorod or tiny little Sweden and you get all their cores back and then you integrate them nice and quickly. No, no. Integrating large subjects in this game takes decades, if not centuries. The Pale is already larger than any subject I'd like to have, but I inherited them off of England, so it was a man to do. No, the cores here are just for Casus Belli. I prefer to integrate tiny subjects. Although that is very tiny, I could stand to give them more, but coring doesn't cost too much of a resource, so it's not a big deal. But what I'm getting at is that they get culturally enriched immediately. Since they already have the cores, I don't need to worry about that making them take extra long. And then otherwise, I guess we're creating some custom subjects. Here you go. We're doing vassals now instead of fiefdoms because there are so many fiefdoms they're going to start getting relative power against me. But hang on, didn't we decide that this doesn't work? Oh, bollocks. They're going to become fiefdoms anyway. That is a problem. Because of this number right here. Country strength of all fiefdoms versus overlord. Yeah, you can no longer release as vassals. They instantly become fiefdoms because it's not assigning a ruler. Okay, I think the only sensible thing to do is to wait until this thing gets hotfixed, actually. Because, yeah, I need to release these as vassals. If I release them as fiefdoms, they're going to rise up against me. And I can't have gamers rising up against me. It's unthinkable. Maybe I could think of a way to bypass that? I'm scouring my head right now. I don't know any console commands for it. And actually, my console doesn't work anymore, does it? No, the update bricked my console usage. Okay, well, I'm happy to go around and curb stomp France, and I'm happy that 1.10 didn't break too much. But yeah, I need these released as vassals, and if the game is not going to do that for me, I need to get a hotfix. So yes, we will put this down and we will resume once we have that. And if it doesn't come in due time, then we're just going to have to roll with some punches. But for now, I'm happy to wait at least a day or two. Annex some Midland vassals with Highland culture. The plan is not to, because this land isn't very good for me. We don't have the proximity up here. I could maybe get away with West Riding. West Riding? No, it's Nottinghamshire, because it's close to not quite Grimsby, so the control there is good. But this stuff is not really benefiting. It's not coastal, so I don't get my massive navy benefits along the coastline. Too far inland, all of this stuff. I want Wales, I want Pales, I want Connaught to finish off Ireland, and I want my coastal French lands, but beyond that, I don't know. Oh yeah, I suppose if this doesn't get hotfixed in a day or two, I can keep the coastal lands here. Not part of my plan, but I could get away with integrating them. Anyway, good fight. I'm really, really happy to see that France can still put up a fight, and I'm even happier to see that levies feel a bit more balanced against regulars. Yeah, we slaughtered them, but when we had to deal with 20 or 30,000, it started to look a little bit more iffy. Happy about that. God, I love this game. You know, when not playing it, it's one of the games that's also brainworm. You keep thinking about wanting to play more. But alas, I'll have to wait a day or two. Until I'm back with more, though, it is a cheers and a cheerio.